Good morning. Morning, guys. Yeah, a very good morning. So I hope you had a great weekend and you are again ready to learn more topics, more things in Java. So we have got next 4 days to give you some advanced help or some advanced part. Just a second. Sorry. Sorry. So did you have time over the weekend to revise our first 8 days together? Have you done the revision, guys? So I hope you had time to brush upon the later topics such as starting from inheritance, polymorphism, and then the exception handling part. So today we will write a lot of examples where you get to apply it. So what is it we are going to start with today? Start today with is revision of exception handling. Then the today's topics I'm going to start with after a quick revision is string handling. Then I'm going to introduce you with a date time handling in Java. There is a class java.util.date, simple date format and all. We'll talk about it. And after that, we are going to solve, we are going to write a Java application a little longer, little bigger in size, which will touch base upon all the concepts learned so far. So you will get a chance to, apply whatever you have learned. And then we are going to start with nested classes. So start with the exception handling part. So let's start with basic questions. I'm not going to revise the whole thing because that I had already spent time in. So you just tell me key questions, important questions I'll ask you. Tell me checked versus unchecked exceptions. Popular questions I'm asking you. So if I give you any name of any class, how will you know whether it is a checked exception or whether it is an unchecked exception? Respond. If it is extending from, if any exception class is extending from runtime exception, what will you label it as? It is an unchecked exception. And if it is not extending, if the superclass is not runtime exception, then it is a checked exception. Very right. Now tell me, who differentiates between checked versus unchecked exceptions? Java compiler. JVM people are saying, guys, that means you're not revised. JVM doesn't differentiate between the two. In a JVM, in either case, even if it is a checked exception or unchecked, and if you have not handled it using the try-catch block, JVM will abort the code. So JVM doesn't differentiate. Who differentiates is Java C. And what is one line? No, don't say throws and all that, Kunal. You're off track. You're not talking about throws here. So what is it? I was going to say, I forgot something. Yeah. So what is that one line you have to remember? Who forces the handling of the checked exception? Java C. So Java compiler forces upon what? Programmer to handle checked exceptions. If you don't handle the checked exceptions, what will you get? Compile time error or runtime error? Answer is compile time error. Forget runtime. It doesn't even reach the runtime. You'll immediately get a compile time error. Whereas if your code is, what is it called? Raising the unchecked exceptions, it won't. So for example, let me ask you a question. Imagine that you have written a tester class. In that there is a method main. And suppose I write here SOP and some int value. And here if I say integer dot parsing and some value. Okay, so let's see. So tell me, what will this line produce? Compiler error, runtime error, or nothing? What will this produces? Runtime error. Why? Because open the Java docs. After at least spending time with me on Saturday, you have understood realized the importance of Java docs. So those who have not done it, give up your laziness and immediately hear the instructions. So open the Java docs, Java 11 docs. You'll find a docs folder, API, and some of you are asking me the folder structure and all. That shows that people have not used the Java docs, and that is why, of course, they are not keeping up. So please don't do that here. So which is the method I'm using? I'm using integer classes. Okay, so this is your integer class here, and integer classes, which method I have used? Parsing. Okay, so this is not the one, the overloaded one we have used. So now tell me, what is this method including? It is including in the throws class number format exception. So tell me, what is the meaning of this throws keyword? Does it tell you that every time you use the method, the exception will be raised, or sometimes it may be raised? All the time or sometimes? Don't say delegated to JVM, Srinivas. Delegated to the caller, it means. Answer is sometimes. Anyway, that was not the question I was asking you. So throws number format exception tells you two things, tells the compiler two things. What are those two things? This method, if you use it wrongly, see this. If the string does not contain the parsable integer, then this method will throw number format exception. This is the meaning. Who is this meaning for? This what do you say? Instruction is for whom? Compile time or runtime? Is it for Java compiler or is it for Java runtime? Wrong answer. This throws keyword is meant for Java compiler. So now, when you say throws, now I'll take Srinivas's this answer into consideration. When you say throws, tell me which of the following it means. Does it mean that this parsing method is handling the exception, or is it delegating the exception handling to the caller? Don't say JVM. Delegating it to the caller. And the last question is now, check the type of the exception. So tell me, here, what is the type of the exception? Checked or unchecked? Can you see runtime exception? So what is the type? Unchecked. So tell me, guys, when you compile this code, will compiler give you compiler error? Will there be a compiler error? Answer is no. Why? Because this may throw. Okay, throw I'm saying. Which exception? Number format exception. But number format exception is what? Extends from runtime exception. Are you understanding me? So what is it? It's a unchecked exception. And what is the rule? Java compiler does not force handling of the unchecked exception. Is everyone clear? 100%. All the statements which I made, if you have revised it a little bit, you will be clear. If you have not done any revision, you will be as lost. Respond, guys. I asked you a question. Are you clear about the statements I made? Okay, so this will definitely not produce the compiler error. But when you run this code, are you going to get a exception or not? I mean, is the code, if you have not written any try catch block, will the code get aborted? Of course, yes. So that is what I said. JVM is not partial. If there is unhandled checked exception or unhandled unchecked exception, either way, the code will get aborted. I mean, the exception will be raised, code will get aborted. Okay, now I'm writing something else. So here, suppose I write thread.sleep. I'm taking the same examples. I'm not showing you any new example. So this, I expect you to remember and answer that. So when I say thread.sleep 100, tell me, only this, compile time error will be there or not there? Will you get a compile time error? 100% yes. How? Without Java docs, you cannot understand the word. So open, look at java.lang.thread class. And here, which is the method we are using, is the sleep method, which pauses the execution of the current thread, which is a main thread. But that is not the important thing. What does this tell you? What does this throws keyword tell you? Throws keyword tells the compiler that this method may raise the exception. And the other meaning is this method handling the exception or is it delegating it to the caller? It is delegating it to the caller. You can understand that? And now, why you are saying compiler error? Obvious reason. So just click on this. and look at it and tell me. I'm taking the same example. Is it a checked exception or is it an unchecked exception? It's a checked exception. And what is the rule? So here, if you write it without any this, so here, of course, there will be a Java-C error. And what is the rule? Java-C. Why? Because Java-C does force handling of the unchecked of the checked exception. Everyone clear? So now tell me, which are the, okay, let me ask you a precise question. Suppose in my single threaded system, like I just have a main thread and a garbage collector. Garbage collector does not interrupt the sleep. So in that case, in this single threaded system, anytime you don't want to handle the exception, is there any way to satisfy the compiler? Which is the way? Of course, there is a way. So which is the way? How do I tell the compiler that I'm not handling it, but my caller will handle it? Of course, the answer is the solution. One of the solution of just satisfying the compiler is throws keyword. So throws is for what? Delegating exception handling to the caller. Don't say delegating it to the JVM. Whoever calls this method, thread.sleep or whichever method, we had written validate, speed and all that. So whoever is the caller will be handling it. So one solution is throws. But now tell me, if you have said throws and actually this exception occurs, what will happen to the code? Will the code be get aborted or will the code continue? Of course, the code will get aborted. So throws is only for telling the Java compiler for exception delegation. But is it really handling the exception? Answer is no. So which is the other solution? If you really want to handle the exception and make the code to continue, you have to add a try catch block. So tell me, are we completely clear in, or last statement, where does this throws keyword appear? Does it appear in the method definition or does it appear in the method declaration? Method declaration. Can one method declare only one throws, comma, exception, or can there be multiple exceptions, comma, separated list? Multiple is the right answer. So try, catch, and throws should be clear. Then you have looked at the keyword finally. Tell me, finally is a block. So here, can you add the syntax try with finally? Possible? I mean, legal or not legal? Legal. Can I have try, catch a particular exception, such as arithmetic exception, and followed by finally? Try, catch, finally. Legal. Can you have try ended with multiple catch block? Catch arithmetic exception, catch IO exception, catch interrupted exception, catch exception, catch all, and then finally. It is legal. Can you write only catch block without try? Can you write only finally block without try? Answer is no. Can you write only try block without either catch or finally? Answer is no. Answer is no. What you are thinking is try with resources. I have not reached try with resources revision. So, try writing only try block and 100% you will get a compiler error. Okay. So now tell me, what is the speciality about finally block? What is the key feature? Finally always survives. Means what? Even finally block will be always executed. Will it be executed in the normal code continuation? I mean, yes. So in case of, when I say will be always executed, that is means here when all. So here in the absence of errors, yes, it will execute. In the presence of errors, it will, errors means when I say error, let me be specific. Otherwise, you'll say you are not specific now. Exception. Exception is always a runtime error. Whether there is an exception or whether there is no exception, it will still called. Even when method returns. You remember I have shown you all these examples on Saturday. Test finally 1, finally 2, finally 3, etc. So in all these cases, whether there is an exception, but before, I mean, it finally gets called. Even there's no exception, there is exception, or simply a method is returning. Yes, you're right, Akshay. So in all these cases, finally block is called. And typically, I'm saying typically, not always. Typically, we used to use finally, typical use case or typical usage, you can say, is for closing the resources. They are called as non-Java resources, such as Java resources are object in the heap. So non-Java resources, examples make it clearer. Anyone wants to tell me example of a non-Java resource? File handles, okay, database connections, and you can say socket networking. Endpoint of the networking is socket. So any such device, for example, devices, if you want to clean up, it is called as cleaning up of resources. We used to use typically the finally block. So which is the only condition where finally does not get called? Already people have told me. Unless and until you actually terminate the application. How do we terminate the application? System.exit. So in that case, finally will not get called. Everyone with me? So that was about your finally. I mean, that was your finally keyword. But now I'm saying from JDK 1.6 onwards, if you just want to clean up the resources, is there a simpler alternative to finally block? Is there an easier alternative to finally block? Answer is yes. And what is that? That is, or you can use instead of finally, try with resources. Okay. So example makes it easier. So when I say try, I'm taking the same example because I have not yet shown you those file readers and all that, buffer readers and all that. So if I say scanner sc equal to new scanner and your system.n, right? And I write some business logic here and then I'm closing it and that's it. So first answer this. Can this try with resources block continue means survive without adding any catch or finally? If I write only this much, compile time error or no error? Answer is no error because this is equivalent to your try plus finally. So now tell me, whenever you add any resource, whenever you create any object inside the try with resources ka header, this is called as try with resources blocks header, which is the interface it should implement. All these classes, these must implement some interface. Which is that interface? Auto closable. So java.lang.autoclosable is the interface. Can you tell me the method in that interface? There's only one method in that interface. Which is that method? No. Which is that method? Close, exactly. So now tell me, who will invoke which method and when? Means whenever you are leaving from try with resources block, who is going to call? So answer is JVM. What will JVM do? JVM will automatically invoke what it will call is the close method on the resource, whichever you have opened in the try with resources block. Suppose you what is it? You create multiple such resources. So all these resources, such as file readers, there is a database connection instance, there are something called as prepared statements, so many auto-closable resources exist. So all of them will be automatically closed by JVM. So that is the beauty of, or that is the simplicity or the power of your try with resources block. Everyone 100% clear? See, now you have Saturday night and Sunday night to sleep over it. So by today, you should feel the things clearer. Okay, so this is one. But as a general norm, I'm not saying it is compulsory to add, but typically if you have a main, what is the pattern we use? Main is the user interface tester, and main will call different validation rules. I've shown you the other day, some validation rule. So validate speed, check speed and all that. So what will happen is those individual validation methods, we don't add try catch. So typically, I'm saying typically, not always, you will have a centralized error handler. And if you don't handle the exceptions here, then they will be delegated to JVM. So typically here you will have a catch-all block. So when I say catch-all block, which is the exception hierarchy? Can you tell me which is the supermost class? Which is the super class in exception handling? Tell me the name of the superclass. Throwable. Next one. Throwable has two subclasses. Which two? Out of exception and error. No, runtime. Runtime comes below that. I'm saying subclasses of this. Error and exception, yes. So out of these two, which are, what do you say, catchable? Which are recoverable? Is it exception or is it error? Answer is exception. You can wrap the code in a try-catch block, and if you have an exception, it will recover. But if you say error, errors are fatal errors. They are equivalent to your runtime exceptions, but fatal. So you cannot recover from the error just by adding a try-catch block. And below exception, you have runtime exception. And then below runtime exception, whatever comes is your unchecked. And if you don't have a runtime exception, you have checked. So that is what it is. So when you say catch all, typically what we do is catch. And what is the argument of the catch you write? You can't catch errors anyway. So there's no point in saying catch throwable. Even if you see some code catch throwable, it is a legal code. So we say typically catch exception E, right? And then you write the exception handling block. So isn't it nicely separating your business logic in a try block and the error handling logic in the exception handling block? So that is also another advantage of your exception handling. Clear about this? Try, catch, throw, not throw, I have not yet discussed throw, throws, and finally. Okay, so now let us talk about throw, next keyword, and try with resources also. So tell me, throw is a keyword. Everyone knows that keyword in Java, typically in exception handling. Everyone knows that. So tell me, does JVM use this throw keyword ever? Does JVM use this throw keyword? No. Guys, wake up. What is wrong with you? I've said this so many times. JVM definitely uses this throw keyword. So here, don't give me such a wrong answer right early in the morning. Uses throw keyword for which purpose? Tell me. For throwing. Throwing means raising. Which type of exceptions? Which type of exceptions? If I give you the option, the answer is easy. Built-in exceptions. Yes, built-in that is. For raising, built-in means the exceptions which are already, the exceptions which are part of Java library. Okay, so that those are the built-in exceptions for raising, built-in exceptions. Okay, so JVM is going to use this throw keyword for this. Give me quickly the example of built-in exceptions. Yes, so many. So these are all you are giving me as the unchecked variety. So I'll take that. Null number format exception, null pointer exception, array index out of bound exception, arithmetic exception. Let us add some checked exceptions also. Checked exceptions are your IO exception. Today you are going to hear something called as parse exception. You have not seen it. There is a database related SQL exception. And so many. Okay. So all these you don't have to throw. Example, whenever you are trying to connect to underlying database, maybe Oracle, Java, your MySQL database, Postgres, anything, and suppose something goes wrong, JVM will detect this and JVM will say, JVM will throw this SQL exception into your code. So now, so that is your JVM. Now tell me, will programmer ever use this throw keyword? Does programmer also use the throw keyword? Of course, answer is yes. So programmer also uses throw keyword for raising. Tell me, typically, do you want to say yourself throw new null pointer, throw new arithmetic exception? Answer is no. JVM is already taking care of it. So can you tell me, programmer uses the same throw keyword for which purpose? Everyone should know the answer. For raising which type of exceptions? Custom exceptions. Very good, very right. For throwing custom exceptions. And you know the other example, that speed out of range. So anytime you have some validation errors, some invalid inputs coming, some business logic failure, your JVM is not going to detect either of it, any of it. So you will have to use the throw keyword for raising custom exceptions. This is a very important part. So that is why I spent so much time in revision, especially, when I give you, there is a break of 2 days and all. So coming back, break of 2 nights, So both of them will use the same. So now does anyone want to tell me what is the syntax of the throw keyword? This much is expected from each and every one of you. Yes, what is the syntax of a throw keyword? Answer that. I hope you are typing. Srinivas, can it be any instance? No, Pushkaraj and the other ones are ready. So to give me a proper syntax where, your interviewer accepts your answer. If you say throw an instance, nobody will accept. If you say throw and simply new, nobody will accept. Throw followed by, all of this is written clearly in those readmes. You just have to read it. Throw followed by throwable instance. This is the syntax of the throw keyword. Tell me, where does it appear? Where does this throw keyword appear? In the method declaration or in method definition? Declaration, you are saying. Does it appear in the method declaration? Do you understand what is method declaration? So that is the line where you supply the access specifier, the method name, return type, and method arguments. Of course not, guys. How can you make, again, this is such a serious mistake. Of course, it appears in the method definition, in the body of the method. So if I write, for example, throw new, let's say number format exception, and give some error message. Okay, so be with me here. So tell me, if I write it as a programmer, will it be taken as a compiler error? Will it be taken as a compiler error? No. What will compiler check? Compiler will check. So tell me, it will check the is a relationship. So tell me, is number format exception throwable? Yes or no? Answer is yes. Throwable, extended by exception, extended by runtime exception, extended by number format. So this is completely legal. Legal means what? No compile time errors. But guys, step back and understand. Is it really required for the programmer to throw such exceptions, or can JVM manage it? Answer is, of course, JVM manages it. So here, legal, but not required. So I'm telling you, or rather Java is telling you guys, don't bother about throwing built-in exceptions. That is our job. Our job means JVM's job. But here, if your money transfer fails from source account to destination account because there were less funds in the source account, so or your vehicle on a particular way, road, is driving beyond the limits. So will these kind of errors be detected by the JVM, or you will have to detect it? Answer is JVM. It is beyond the JVM. Are you understanding? So in case of validation failures or business logic errors, what is it you'll have to do? Programmer has to pitch in, and I'll take the same example of the other day. So then if the driver is driving beyond, vehicle is going beyond this, then you'll have to say throw new speed exceeds, or speed out of bounds or out of range, whatever the name, exception. And then you can give the suitable error message. You are driving slow, or you are driving fast, or whatever. So tell me, is this legal? Yes or no? Will it compile? Legal means compiler error, know this. Is it will it compile or will it not compile? Answer is it will compile. Only one answer. Where are others? Yeah. So legal means no compiler error. Provided. Provided what? Provided this speed out of range exception is a throwable. So now tell me, step back and tell me what should be the superclass of custom exceptions. Answer the last question and we are ready to move on to today's topics. It can be, guys, yeah, ideally we will say, but can it be throwable? Can I say my custom exception, public class, my custom exception extends throwable? Yes, because all it requires is a throwable instance. So throwable is legal. Can I say extends from error? Of course, yes. Guys, as long as it is under the throwable, it is fine. Can I say extends from runtime exception? Again, answer is yes, because runtime exception is also throwable. But guys, none of above is recommended. The recommended one is superclass should extend from exception because in core Java, we want to create custom exceptions as checked exceptions or unchecked exceptions. Answer is checked. In advanced Java, I'll say differently. So the recommended is this. And then we had written that exception class extended from the whatever exception. And then we had created a parameterized constructor to fill in the error message. So this is what was a detailed revision of exception handling. So tell me, in addition to any of this, do you have a question from your side regarding exception handling? I have covered whatever I felt is required to be covered, all the things from this. But in addition to that, if you're still, lost or confused or you still have a query, do not understand something, this is the time to ask questions. Okay, so you can keep your questions ready and later ask me now in the lab. So now let us start with the today's topics. So let's start with this. So here we are starting with strings. Your other day people were asking me when I say string s equal to ABC, is the string object getting created and all? I told them to wait for this day. So let us open string handling. And here, let us start with the important slide. So read it, look at this, I'll explain. So let me start explaining the slide. When you say strings or string handling in Java, there are three important classes you should know about. So one is, of course, a class java.lang.string. And there are other two classes called as StringBuilder and StringBuffer. So what is common between all three of them? All three of them represent characters, or to be precise, all of them represent character sequence. Okay, so ABCD or hello, hi, how are you? This is nothing but a character sequence. So all of them string builder or string buffer, they all represent a character sequence of characters. Now focus on string first. So string objects are strings represent immutable character sequence. So what is the meaning of immutable? Once you create a string object, will you be able to modify the contents or not? Answer is no. So strings are by default read only. You cannot update them. You cannot modify them once the string object is created. So here I have given in writing, string objects are immutable, means not modifiable, but string type of references are mutable, modifiable unless and until you have made the reference as final. So all of that becomes clearer with the example. Currently grab the concepts. So this is now this, I mean, today onwards or whatever, especially in collection framework and all, we will start talking about, I'll just tell you about whether a particular class is inherently thread safe or thread unsafe. But what is the meaning of this thread safety? When are you going to actually understand? In a multi-threading topic. So if you're making notes of your own, currently you just tag it as strings and string buffer are inherently thread safe, but the meaning of thread safety in multi-threading topic. Now, when you talk about string, what is it you have with the strings is strings has length as a data member. Okay, so we are going to, of course, talk about, I mean, there are very interesting questions, popular questions people ask you. So what are the popular popular concepts in strings? One is that immutability about strings. Other one is double equal to, that is reference equality versus content equality about strings. I have shown you with example in that equals, but I don't know how many really understood when I discussed your solution subject. Your student's identity is based on its role, his roll number and the subject. But anyway, I'll take it again. And the third important concept, popular question is literal strings versus non-literal strings. And then there are string class methods, string APIs and all that. So we are going to start with that in a minute. But when you finish with strings, you will see that in some cases, your application requires modifiable. So suppose you start with the suppose you start with the character sequence, hello. Then you want to append to that hi. Then you want to append to that hello, hi, how are you? Okay. So if you anytime want to add mutable means modifiable. What should you use? Will you use string or will you use a class called as StringBuilder? Answer is StringBuilder. Okay. So StringBuilder represents mutable character sequence. Now compare it with the StringBuffer. Popular question. People ask you, what is the difference between StringBuilder versus StringBuffer? So before telling you the differences, let me tell you the similarities. So tell me, StringBuilder and StringBuffer, what is it they both represent? Immutable character sequence or mutable character sequence? Answer is both of them are mutable character sequence. Okay. They have the same API. Same API means same set of constructors, same methods you'll see, whether you open a StringBuilder and whether you open a StringBuffer. Both of them have the length. Length means number of characters plus additional capacity. So it is that capacity which makes these strings growable, modifiable. So both of them will have length as well as capacity. Both are the methods. Once I show you code, you will be clearer. So then you will say, what is the difference then? There are two differences. StringBuffer is a legacy class. What's the meaning of a legacy class? It is an old class. It is existing in Java from JDK 1.0. Whereas StringBuilder was added later in the APIs than StringBuffer. So you'll say, okay, so what is the big deal? That is not a big deal. But the big deal is StringBuffer, when you say, it provides you inherent thread safety. Currently just mark it. Don't ask me what is thread safety because whereas StringBuilder is inherently thread unsafe. And let me tell you, when I open the Java docs, everywhere Java docs tell you, the moment you have thread unsafe classes or objects, they always perform faster. So if you read the Java docs, which we will read little while later, every time they will tell you that wherever you are using earlier StringBuffer, replace it with StringBuilder. So basically, we are going to talk these two classes. StringBuffer is identical to StringBuilder, only with a legacy kind of a system. I mean, it's an old class and inherently thread safe. So this is just a look at overview of string handling. Let us focus on strings first. Okay. So if you want to write along with me, it's fine. Otherwise, you can just sit back and understand. So let me create today's project. So here, I'm calling it as strings. And here I'm writing test. I'll give the names as test 1, test 2, test 3. So it will be easier for you to revise. So here, I'll give you in comment, we are going to test. The whole idea about this is testing immutability of the strings. That is the whole thing. So here, I'll show you from the string class. Open the Java docs. When I say open the Java docs, you should not look here and there. Your Java docs should be already opened in the browser tab. I am not going to explain it otherwise. I can't. And if anyone is managing it, I mean, it's a wrong way of showing Java. So open Java docs, string. And in this string class, you will see there are so many constructors. So this is a empty string, empty character sequence. I don't want it. You can supply the byte array and convert it to strings. So in short, there are a lot of them. But the one which I'm going to use is this. So here, you can pass any other string and then you can create a string out of it. So right now, let me not go into too much details. So here I'm saying string s1 equal to new string, let's say. So here, little later, we are going to draw the memory pictures and all that, but everyone knows the stuff that much. So can anyone tell me how many references, how many objects in the heap and in the stack and all that? Answer is 1. So string s1 referring to the string object having this contains. Now when I say this, so here I'm saying there is a method concat. Sorry. So the method name is concat. And here I'm saying hi. Okay. And here I'm SOPing. These are very typical questions. So the only question being asked is what will be the output here? So I'm getting the answer as hello, hi. Actual correct answer is hello. Guys, I said it so many times, loud and clear. Anyway, that's a trick question. This is where the strings start getting interesting. So check this. Are you seeing it? So why this happens? Answer is in the memory picture. So when you say memory picture, draw it with me. Don't just sit back and just see what is happening. You have to take efforts if you want to understand it properly. So when you write this, first line, I have not yet explained the meaning of that literal string. That will come little later. I'm not into literals yet. So if this is the code, just putting it in the box, and there is a corresponding memory picture. So I'm solving the first line. So leave that literal part of it, but it's a string object getting created, but object can here, what should I show in the heap? So everyone knows first is the class pointer. I got a glitch in between. So I'll repeat what I said. I said the class which will get loaded in the method area is string class. And then there's a class pointer. And this class pointer naturally points to refers to string class. And what is it holding? Internals, if you see, string internally maintains a character array and all that. But I'm not showing you into that much complications. So here you have a character sequence hello. So show this, this class pointer points to the string class, and what will be there in the stack will be s1 because it's a method local variable pointing here. Are we clear so far? Yeah, I know it was just a momentary glitch. So in a second it goes away. So am I audible once again? Okay, so here, so S1 pointing to this string object containing the class pointer and the character sequence hello, and this is it. Now tell me, when you say S1 dot concatenate hi, can this hello be concatenated? Can this be modified into hello hi? Possible or not possible? Of course not possible. Then why did you give a wrong answer? All of you, except one or two, gave me wrong answer. So naturally, because why this string cannot be modified? String objects are immutable. Once the string object is created, you cannot change the contents. So any guesses? What must be happening internally when you say s1 dot concatenate hi? Tell me what must be happening. This code is not like no up. Something must be happening. Tell me what is happening. What do you think is happening? Pushkarash, I ran the code and it produced the output hello. So how can you say runtime error? No, there is no, we have not discussed pool and all. Pool is applicable for literal strings. So don't say things which is not yet done. A new object is created. Absolutely correct. So the JVM will create another string object. Okay. So this is your another draw with me. So here another string object gets created. Of course, it has class pointer. And anyone wants to tell me what will be the contents of this newly created string object? Only hi. Where is your attention, guys? Hello is what is it? S1 dot concatenate hi. So what will get created is a concatenated string. Hello, hi, and whatever. But and of course, there will be a class pointer pointing to string dot class. But this particular string object, are there any references to it? Is there any reference? Is S1 pointing here? Answer is no. So S1 is still pointing to this above string. So there is no valid pointer here. So whenever you say SOP S1, what will be the output? After looking at memory diagram, you should not have any confusion. Will it be hello or will it be hello hi? Of course, answer is hello. Are you getting this? So here, this is what is actually happening in the memory. So how do I prove it to you? Extremely easy. If you take the cursor to this concat method, concatenates the specified string to the end of the string, fine. And here, if you see, it returns you the string. So now let me see your clarity. After drawing the memory diagram, I hope you should be able to give me the correct answer. Tell me what will be the output, please. Yes, what will be the output of line number 9 and what will be that of line number 10? 9 and 10. 9 will be hello and the second will be hello hi. Are you understanding? Now with the modified code, this code, what is it I wrote here? String S2 is equal to this. So here I wrote string S2 is equal to this. So here, how should you show it in the memory? Here you have S2 and where will be S2 referring to, pointing to? S2 will be referring to this second created string object. And how do you confirm? Just run it and you will understand. Hello followed by hello hi. So what is the point to take home? String objects are mutable, modifiable, or immutable? String objects are immutable. So let's see whether you understand this properly. S1 is equal to and SOP. Think before you blurt out the answer. Take a minute to think and then tell me. So anyone wants to tell me what will be the output here? All I'm asking you is output. There's no compile time error. There's no runtime error. Anyone wants to tell me? Guys, you are not thinking at all. Answer is hello followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what is this plus equal to? Plus is a concatenation for strings. So it is as if S1 is equal to S1 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what happens in the memory? Yet another string object draw. I'm verbally saying it. You draw. You don't be lazy. So another string object gets created with the contents of what? Hello followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you getting this? And you have reassigned this one to refer to this. So how will you show this? I'll directly draw the memory picture. So here there will be another string object. Everyone I hope has understood that. So which is that another string object? Class pointer pointing to the same string class. And here you have the concatenated contents, which is hello 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And when you say S1 equal to this, everyone knows this object is no longer reference marked for garbage collection and all of that. And then here S1 starts referring to this. So what will be the output here? I've not run this. So run it and check. You'll definitely see hello 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here is the memory picture and here is the code and here is the output. Are we understanding it? Again, hello, hi. Okay, that was the earlier one, Saurabh. Hello, hi, I was not asking. I was asking for this. But anyway, you are right. Are you understanding? These are all the trick questions, popular questions people ask you. Give you strings related is very, very popular. And because of the intricacies, because of this immutability. Let's try something else. So if I say S1 dot, okay, I'll use S2 this time. S2 dot, there is a method called as to uppercase. It's a what do you say? Easy to guess. Converts all the characters in this string to uppercase using the rules of default local. What is default local right now? Is English. I mean, we are not changing anything yet. So I just said S2 dot to uppercase and I'm SOPing S2. So question being asked is, what will be the output here? Uppercase output or lowercase output? Again, guys, it is generally I start getting correct answers by this step all the time. Why you are giving me wrong answers? When you say S2 dot to uppercase, it means changing the case of hello, hi, making the modifications. But are your strings immutable or mutable? Can you modify it? Immutable. So how can you say uppercase hello, hi? Guys, it is the same point I'm just trying to cover with 10 different questions. And I'm telling you seriously, I start getting, see here I get wrong answer, agreed, because you don't know. But by the time I ask this, people give me correct answer. So correct yourself. So check it out. Of course, how can you modify the original contents? Once your string object created, it is read only. You cannot modify. But if I ask you, see this is different ways of asking you the questions. See, if I say SOP, and I'm telling you, it's not difficult. Even with the fresher trainings and all, people start getting it. So you also should start getting it, guys. Anyone wants to tell me, be careful. What will be the output here as in uppercase or lowercase? And what will be the output here, uppercase or lowercase? You give me UL. So you are answering two questions. Line number 13, line number 14. Yes, tell me. Are you understanding it now? So here, because what is happening? S2, you are right, by the way. S2 dot to uppercase returns you another string object reference with the uppercase contents. So 100% you are going to see it uppercase. Whereas, but so what happens here? Another string object gets created. I said another. What will be the answer here? What was S2 containing? Let's say hello and hi. So it will be definitely hello, hi question. I mean this. But here, original string object is unaffected. So what you'll see is, of course, the original contents, which is lowercase. Are you getting a feel of it, guys? Are you understanding the immutability of strings? I'm telling you from experience. It's a very popular topic because it is slightly confusing. Understood or not? Is everyone clear? So there are other things also. I'll give you the last question on this because I mean, this is like endless. So there is a method. Why don't I show you from Java docs? Something called as replace. So here, I'm into the string class. You open the string class and there is a method called as replace. So here, read the description. I'll give you a task, one-liner task, and you will fulfill it. You will solve it. So read this description. Okay. Now I hope you have written, but it's a very easy one to understand. Replaces all occurrences of the old character in the string by the new character. Now check. Is it a static method or is it a non-static method? Simple question, simple answer, non-static. So it has to be called with the string reference, right? So here I have written this. Now you type a one-liner. I'll tell you. So here I will say this. Replace all occurrences of L in S2 by something, T, anything. So write the line. I've given you the question. Show me from your chat. Write answer in chat. Replace all occurrences of L in S2 by T. Waiting for your answer. You understood the question? Question is given in writing. I've given you the Java docs also. You have the answer also. I mean, you have the question also. Not SOP. I'm not saying SOP. You have to replace. Yes. So simply S2 dot replace L by T. Very right. Those who are answering is fine. So all I have to do is S2 dot replace your old character is what? You can give the int value, I mean in the value, but I don't know the ASCII code or that Unicode for L. So I'm just giving it in the character. So L by a new character. What is that new character? T. And then I'm saying SOP S2. So tell me, are you going to see the original string or replace string? Please don't give me wrong answer now. You are going to see the original string, of course. And if I say string, have I used S3? No. Here, if I say SOP S3, okay, one at a time, because somebody had done it in one. I wanted the clarity of that immutability. So here you tell me, will it be the original string or will it be the replace string? Anyone? Last line. This will be, of course, replaced. So the whole idea, guys, is to make you clear with one concept, which is immutability. And I hope you have realized it. Okay, so you can see that this is the original string, because of course, how can you, once you create a string object, nobody can make the changes. Whereas all occurrences of L have been replaced by your T, and this is your replaced modified new string. 100% clear? So what is the small topic we covered? Immutability. And something more. Okay, sorry. Before I say something more, give me the answer. Clear or not clear? You never responded. Are we clear? Okay, great. Now I'm saying, so now you'll understand what I was trying to tell you. So what I was showing you is, see this. String objects are immutable. Everyone understood that. But string references are mutable. What's the meaning of it? See the meaning. Here, when I say S1 plus equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, S1 type of a reference is reassigned. What was S1 referring to first? Hello object. The string object containing hello. Here we have reassigned, reassigning of references. Box B1 equal to something. And then you say B1 equal to new box, and again, you're reassigning the reference. So here you are reassigning, everything worked fine. But now see the fun. Tell me why there is compiler error on line number 11. All popular questions. Tell me why there is a compiler error. The moment you say final, I know I have wrote it in the final. So the moment you say final, what is the meaning of final reference? It is like constant pointer. Once it holds the address of this particular string object, how can it be reassigned to some other string object? This is what exactly I have said in my picture, in my string overview. Read this. String objects are immutable But string references are mutable, reassignable, unless you have declared them this final. So if you make the string reference as final, then that further reassignment is not possible. But if you don't make it as final, of course, you can reassign the string reference to refer to yet another string. So that was about immutability of the strings. Now the next one. I'm sharing all of this. You are supposed to look at it in the lab session and then add your own questions, your own doubts, and then discuss it with me. That is how the whole thing goes. If you want to really learn Java, you should first look at what we discussed and then add, if you try, there is so much of string API. Just open string class and you'll see so many methods. You can try any of it. If you don't understand something, of course, I'm there to help you, or any faculty can help you. Going ahead. Now I'm testing you. Another tester, test 2. And this is, what is the point? What is the objective here? The point is discussing the reference equality versus your equals method. Okay. And I have just briefly covered it in your solving assignment of the student, because student's identity was roll number, which was integer, but subject also, which was a string. So this is the point. So now just focus, and I'm just going to ask you what will be the output. So stay here, be here. Again, somebody has unmuted. Guys, stop unmuting yourself. Causes a disturbance. Okay. So all I'm asking you is take a minute. Don't be in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry at all. Sorry, my mistake. Okay. So what will be the output here? You're going to give me 2 outputs. I said two outputs, guys. Don't give me just 1 output. I need to see. I'm not even going to look at the first. This. Okay. False and true is what majority is saying. Okay. So here, this one. Of course, you are right. So tell me, when I say S1 double equal to S2, are we comparing the references? Is it a reference equality or is it a content equality? R or O? See, every day your understanding seems to be growing because you are giving me correct answers based on earlier thing. Of course, it is the addresses, references. So here, this is definitely reference equality. Sorry. And everyone knows, you should know, in the middle of night, the moment you say new, JVM has to obey you and create a new string object in the heap. You got me? So this is like the first one. So how many references and how many objects by this code? 2 references and the 2 objects. Actual answer could be a little different when I show you the literal, but right now for your understanding this, so naturally S1 is pointing to first string object, S2 is elsewhere. So of course this is going to return you false because you are going by reference equality. Now tell me, anytime you are comparing 2 strings for equality, should you use this reference equality double equal to logical equality, or should you use the equals method? Answer is of course equals method. So let me ask you, I'm saying this not only for string, for revising your entire part of equals. So stay tuned. So tell me, when I talk about equals, where is this equals method originally defined? Where is this equals method comes from? Object class. When I say object, which object you mean, guys? Java.lang.object. So it is inherited from Java. This is my revision of equals. Since it is so important, you'll not believe how important unless until you start with collection framework. Inherited from Java.lang.object. So now answer the next question. It's public boolean equals object O. Now, has string class overridden it? I'm writing everything so that you don't have to wait for recording. You just open the Java code or readmes and you will find. Has string class overridden this method? Yes or no? Of course, the answer is yes. And for which purpose? Why? For replacing, it is all modification. Method overriding is what? To achieve the runtime polymorphism, or replacing reference equality by content equality. Okay. And what are the contents? What is the content of the string? The char sequence, right? So now tell me, you are right in answering anyway. So what is this string one containing which character sequence? Testing 1, 2, 3, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The another one is also containing the same. And since we have replaced, not us, string class, of course the answer is, the answer is going to be here, true. So confirm this correctly. So string class has, okay, in this case, we were comparing the addresses, completely useless. Never ever in your programming life, Java programming life, don't do the two comparisons of two strings for equality testing using reference equality. It will be wrong. Because see, you can see that contents are the same, but you went for reference equality, everything is wrong. But the moment you say equals, take a minute. I'm spending huge amount of time here. So because you should understand everything. So here, please look for equals. You should be in the string class. Okay. So here I'm talking about equals, not content equals, equals. And I had explained this, but now maybe after sleeping over it, after going over it, you might understand better. The first thing you should look at, has it overridden the inherited method from the object class? Yes. So when I say method overriding, guys, what are the rules? Access specifier, same or wider. So public it was, so has to be same. Return type, same or subtype. But this is a boolean, I mean primitive type. In primitives, there is no subtype. Same method name and argument list, same or different. Argument list has to be same. Are you getting this? And it tells you the result is true if and only if the argument is not null and the string object, this argument represents the same sequence of characters as this. In short, when S1 and S2, when I talk about S1 dot equals S2, which is the invoker this S1, which is that object argument, which is the argument S2. And why it works? Because string is an object. So, but whose this thing, what is it called? Whose method it will call? It will call the overriding form of the method from the string class, returning true based on content equality. So tell me, is everyone clear with reference equality versus content equality? Are you? Okay. Why double checking reference of string and content of int? I did not understand your question at all, Vinod. So ask me again in a bit clearer manner. I did not understand your question. What you mean by double checking this? S1 is containing the value of address. So two addresses are getting compared. I already said it multiple times. So I did not really understand you. S1, what is S1 holding? Vinod, the address of object. And that address is what? Integer. So I said two values. It is like comparing two values of addresses. So returns false. Next one. If I say string S3, okay. And here if I say new string, and here, okay, I've done something. So answer this. SOP, S1 double equal to S3, SOP, S1 dot equals S3, S3, right? Yeah. And then there is another thing called as SOP, S1 dot equals ignore case S3, which is so obvious, which is so self-explanatory. So I'm going to ask you directly, what will be the output? Are you getting this? So here, what will be this? False. Vinod, if you're still confused about it, what is it comparing? Tell me, tell him, guys. When I say S1 double equal to S3, are you comparing the addresses or are you comparing the contents? Addresses. Okay, and as the moment I say new, it is sitting elsewhere in the heap. So naturally the address which is held into S1 and which is held into S3 is different. Draw the memory picture for clarity. Here, tell me, when you say equals, is it case sensitive or case insensitive? It is case sensitive. So of course false. But here, see the method again. I am not opening JavaDocs, you open. I'll just take the cursor here. And it says, compares this string to another string, ignoring case consideration. So see the method name equals ignore case. And you open the JavaDocs and tell me, is it a overriding form from object or is it an additional method? Overriding or additional? O or A? This equals ignore case is the overriding one. Guys, none of you are referring to the JavaDocs after saying it so many times. And then you say it is we are not understanding and you are going fast. You're not following the basic rules. Just open the JavaDocs and look at it. So here, because then you will never make a mistake. So go for equals ignore case and simply check. Have they mentioned here overrides any method from the object class? So don't make such basic mistakes when I ask you. How can there be an object class equals ignore case? There's no casing at all in object class. So this is an additional method. It is not taken from any inherited method. It is an additional API, not the overriding one. So why I was upset with you? Because you never opened the JavaDocs. If you had opened the JavaDocs, it would have given you if it is overrides or not. So people are still not following the instructions. So going ahead with that, compares the string with another string, ignoring the case. So these are the questions people expect you to understand. People expect you to respond. So as expected, output was easy. So why this was first wrong? Because references were, it was reference comparison. Addresses were different. Why this is false? Because of case sensitive equality. And why it is true? Because other than the case, everything else was same. So here is the reference equality, content equality, case sensitive, content equality, case insensitive. Are we clear or not? So ma'am, in equals method, is there downcasting? There's no downcasting. That is, yeah, okay. In the string classes equals method, yes, they would have done the internally downcasting. In the internal code, yes. Of course, yes. Are you understanding? And that is why I've given you the so many times examples of writing your own equals. Today also, I'm going to change the scenario for the lab assignment and I'm going to give you again the practice of equals. Don't worry. So is everyone clear with reference equality versus equals? Yes or no? Content and the reference. Addresses comparison versus this. And now the last and again important part in strings is literal versus non-literal. These are the three things which are very much asked or which are very much required for any Java developer. So let me call it as S3. And here, the whole point of discussion is literal versus non-literal strings. And here I'll get a chance to talk about constant string pool or literal string pool and show you everything. So literal versus non-literal strings. Okay. So here I'll write some code and then we'll start the discussion. Okay. I'm just writing some this, so you be careful. You keep looking at it because I'm going to ask you in a minute what will be the output. No compiler error, no runtime error, just think in output. Keep solving, keep the answers ready, guys. Just let me see whether I have covered all the cases. Hello, S2. Hello and hello. S1 double equal to S2 equals S1 double equal to equals this, and yes, I'm done. So take a minute, and how many outputs you are going to give me? True, false type. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'm looking for 7. You can use the short forms also. False, true, true, true. Okay. So I'm giving different things. You try it out. I've collected only 2, 3, 4 answers. I need more. So I'm getting false, true, and the most of this. Okay. Yeah. Different lines is fine. I can understand that much. Sure, we could have written in one line also. So I'm getting a lot of real options. So let me tell you the correct output, and then we sit back and understand how. So this is S1 double equal to S2. Somebody had said here also true, which is disappointing. The moment when I say double equal to, reference equality or content equality, reference equality. And when you say new, how can it be on the same? So S1 double equal to S2, false. Equals are very easy, and that is what you are going to use practically. So why this exercise? Interview questions and the exam. Okay, so here S1 equals S2. So here check the contents. Both are of them going to hold the same. So this is true. So forget S1 double equal to. First at least solve with equals. S1 equals S3. Contents are the same. So of course true. S1 equals S4. Just check the contents. Don't look the addresses and where it is. It is containing. So what will this be? One is lowercase h, one is uppercase h. So how can it be same? And here just a minute ago we said that. So this will be true. Everyone understood it so far? So here, of course, that literal string business will start in a minute. But I'm just telling you what will be the correct answer. S1 double equal to S3. This will be true. S1 double equal to S4 will be false. Why and how? We are starting the discussion in a minute. So just confirm it first. So this is what it should be. False, true, true, false, true, 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 false, false, true, true, false, false, true. So I have not checked. Some of you have given the correct answer, but we have to do it with everyone. So now again, keep your writing material ready, because unless until you understand the concept of a string pool, literal string pool, nothing is clear. So now start understanding from basics. I'm going to copy this code in the pen. So you have, as usual, everything in front of you. So do look at this whiteboard from time to time, because it tells you all about the memory pictures and the code and everything together. Okay, so this is the code which is already written. So now what you should understand is the following. The moment, listen to this, there are two types of strings. One is the literal string, one is the non-literal string. So what is a literal string? Any string which is created by just putting it in the quotes is your quoted string, is the literal string. Okay. So let me ask you a simple question. Your S1 reference, is it pointing to the literal string L, non-literal string NL? Simple question, simple answers. It is literal. Next one. S2 is pointing to what? Literal or non-literal? L or NL? Answer is NL. S3 is pointing to what? Literal. S4 is referring to literal. All clear? So now the next step. So in this diagram, or sorry, in this code, there is only one non-literal string object which is referred by S2. Okay. So now start understanding. Whenever you execute Java and whatever test 2, test 3 and all, what is the first block of the JVM? Class loader. So what JVM's class loader does is, it looks for literal strings in the code. Okay, so let's start in a pointed manner. That's why I said draw stack heap and a method area. So here it comes across this literal string. Understand, main thread has not yet started executing the main method. So don't show any stack. I mean, you can show the stack, but stack is empty. Main method is not yet getting executed. So class loader is simply looking at all the literal strings. So guys, draw parallelly with me for understanding clearly. So this is what I'm discussing. This is what happens at the class loading time. So here, heap and a method area as always. Right? So here, whenever JVM's class loader comes across this non-literal string, I'm so sorry, literal string. So whether it is literal or non-literal, both of them are the string type objects. So tell me, even before it can create a literal string, what has to happen in the method area? A string class has to get loaded. So go systematically. What is it I'm solving? I'm solving the right hand side of your hello. Okay, so draw carefully, draw quickly with me, because otherwise the picture will get little complex. So start drawing parallelly with me. I've given you enough time. Always you should be sitting with the writing material or something like pen if you want to do it here. So this is a string class. But what I did not give you earlier was, the moment string class gets loaded in the method area, literal you did not understand, Nikita. The strings which you put it in the double quotes are the literal. The strings which you create using new object, new keyword are non-literal. Understood that, Nikita? The one with the quotes is literal. The string object which is created using new keyword is non-literal. Clear or not? Respond. Anyway, so here, the moment your JVM's class loader loads the string class, what additionally happens is, in the earlier versions of Java, there is a special structure called as literal string pool. So in the earlier versions till JDK 7, JDK 6, I guess, it used to get created in the method area. But now, from JDK 6 or 7 onwards, I forgot, one of these versions, it creates a special area in the heap called as literal string pool. So observe. So the moment string class is created is wrong word, loaded in the method area, please show in the special part of the heap, in a part of heap area which, and label it as, this is called as literal string pool. Label it as, some authors call it as literal string pool, or some author called it as constant string pool. Both are the same. Okay, so this is, earlier they used to allocate the area from the method area. Now they put it on the heap. Okay, typically the JVM specification says. So now initially for on condition, when nothing is happening, just the string class is loaded. So tell me, initially at the for on condition, will it be empty or non-empty? Simple question, simple answer. Initially it will be empty, right? So it will be initially empty. Now follow on. So when your JVM's class loader comes across this literal string, what happens? This is very interesting. Guys, I'm saying it again. Whether it is a literal string or non-literal string, it is representing a string type of object. So here separately show. See what I'm showing. So in the heap, show the string class instance, literal string object. The objects are created in the normal manner. Okay. So class pointer, and what are the contents of it? Hello. And you know, everyone knows this. This class pointer points to string class. But tell me guys, is this a literal or non-literal string? Quoted string is a literal string. So what is this literal string pool? It is nothing but the collection of, it maintains the references of the literal strings. So now here you show, in this you show, I'm just calling it as ref1, and here this is the reference, this is the pool of references. You might have, it depends on pool of references or pool of objects depending on the JVM. But for understanding, I always show it as pool of references. And then this reference one points to this particular object. So I'll wait here till you draw. Please draw the step 1, string class getting loaded. Step 2, empty literal string pool. Literal string pool is the holder. Pool is the collection of equivalent resources. Okay, so it can have, you know, Uber pool and all that, you know that. Just a second, I'll just close the window. Just think about this. Okay, so here pool is a collection of equivalent resources. Everyone must be knowing Uber pool, where you know you are not the only passenger who is riding, and you can just have multiple passengers, brings down your bill. So this is a literal string pool, which is, or also called as constant string pool, which is initially empty. But the moment JVM's class loader sees that you are creating a literal string, a quoted string, what all happens? A literal string or non-literal string, objects are always memory allocated on heap. But in addition to other things, the literal string reference is added in the literal string pool. Is the don't show anything on the stack, because actually the main thread has not started calling the main method. So it is not yet there. So is the first statement just a RHS hello. Clear? Have you drawn it? Completed the drawing? Those who are drawing it. I have not yet, Swapnil, reached to S1. So let me finish my story. I've shown you the picture. So draw it as it is. First, let me finish from my side before asking the questions. I have not yet completed from my side. So this is the memory picture. Why I'm saying don't show S1? Because main has not yet started. Main method execution has not yet started. So now answer the next question. Listen to this. I'll just change the color. Here, when I ask you, in this particular statement, see where my control is in this control statement. So tell me, is it creating any literal string or non-literal string? L or NL is non-literal. So this string object will be dynamically means when the main thread actually calls the main method. So skip it. Nothing happens at the class loading time. Now come to the next line. Just solve the RHS of the next line. Hello. Tell me, is this a literal string or non-literal string? L or NL? It is a literal string. But guys, you know strings represent immutable objects. So once a string object is created, its contents are not checked. So tell me, what is your gut feel? What do you think? So when your JVM's class loader comes across a literal string, will it blindly create another string object and add the reference to the pool, or will it check first? It will check first. So what it will check is there, see, you have given it as a literal string. So what it will check is there any reference in the string pool which is already pointing to the string object containing hello? So tell me, what is the answer? Is there already a reference in the string pool which is having exactly the same contents? Yes or no? It exists. So what do you think JVM will do? JVM means JVM's class loader will do. Will it add a duplicate reference and another string object and waste the heap? Absolutely not. Pooling is for sharing of the resources. I gave you an example. Uber pool is the perfect example. Or you have a bus, and when you are joining the company, companies might sometimes provide transportation if it is actual. I mean, not in this world, COVID world, post-COVID world, but generally you go to that workplace using a bus. So bus is an exact example of a pool. So coming back to the point, pool is equivalent to sharing of resources. So if there is already a reference containing exactly same contents, JVM says, I'm saving on my resources, does not do anything. ignores the RHS. Now come to the next one. Tell me, the this one, uppercase hello. You know the whole story now. So tell me, I'll repeat it for you, of course, because some of you still could be confused. So tell me, is it a literal string or non-literal string? Answer my questions which I'm asking. Don't think about parallel things that what will happen and all. First get the basics, literal. So the same story repeats. Your container means JVM. JVM checks in the string pool. Is there any reference pointing to uppercase H hello? So tell me, will it find it or will it not find it? Answer is no, because internally it is calls what? For checking the equality. Equals method. And equals method is what? You have already seen. Case sensitive or case insensitive. Case sensitive. So tell me, what do you think we should draw? Should I draw the another string object or should I not? Of course, yes. So your JVM's class loader at the class loading time, I'll just create it here because I don't have the space at the top. Oh, I'll just change the color of the pen. Wait a second. Finally, it got changed. Okay, so what? Draw quickly with me. The cursor has some time of problem. Okay, so here. So this is another string object which has the contents CP. I think you draw it without even waiting for me. It is containing that character sequence containing corresponding to this hello. And obviously, where should CP point to? It is a string class, right? Literals or non-literals are the instances of the string class. And what should I show? Should I show another reference or will ref1 point to it? Of course, another reference, because ref1 is pointing to lowercase hello. So show the another reference, please. And label it as, for our understanding, ref2. Okay. And here, when you say ref2 will start pointing to or referring to the another literal string object. Draw it. The moment you draw a memory picture, I hope your understanding is getting clear. I'm not yet done. I'm in the midway, halfway somewhere. So what is it you have? Are we discussing the main method's execution or are we at the class loading phase? Has the main method started execution? No, we are still at the class loading phase. Okay, so which class got loaded? String class. The moment string class gets loaded, correspondingly, for a string class, there is a literal string pool, initially empty. And the moment JVM's class loader came across any literal string, what is that literal string? As I was telling Mikita, any quoted string. Okay, so here you have this string. The string object gets created elsewhere. Elsewhere means separately in the heap, and its reference is stored in the string pool. But when JVM came across exactly same literal string, what is it called? Reference wise equal or content wise equal? Content wise equal. Case sensitive manner, case insensitive manner. Case sensitive manner, it skips creation because already there is a corresponding string and its reference. But the moment you come across, again a literal string, but with the different contents, of course, JVM's class loader cannot be lazy, creates another string object referring to the same loaded string class and its reference is added in the string pool. Completed the drawing? Finish the drawing? So now let us assume that JVM's class loading is done. Now main thread starts calling the main method. So now I can talk in stack. Okay, so now start assigning. When it says string S1 equal to hello, where will you show S1? Show S1 here. That much everyone knows. So here I'm showing S1. So tell me, where will S1 refer to? S1 is just holding the address. So what will S1 refer to? The first string object created. But the point is, this string object got created just now. That is dynamically. Or was it created at the class loading time? D for dynamic, C for class loading time. Answer is at the class loading time. Okay, so it did not get created. Somebody was saying me, telling me left faculty wise. That is what they meant. So when you say string s1 equal to hello, the object was already there. Only its reference was copied in s2. Now be smart and solve this line. So here, this is the line we are solving. Anyone wants to tell me? Look at the right hand side. Is it a literal string or is it a non-literal string? Tell me. Non-literal. So is there a corresponding okay, let me phrase it properly. Will your JVM search in the literal string pool? Of course not. Guys, the moment you say new, you are ordering the JVM. You are telling the JVM, I want a new string. So anyone wants to tell me, how should you show it in the memory? Please show. I'll just reduce this slightly so that it will fit into one page. So here, please show another string object. Draw another string object. What are the contents of it? It has the class pointer. I'm going to change the font. Wait, otherwise people will say change the font. But I have to show you in one page. And what will be the contents of it? Lowercase hello or uppercase hello? Lowercase or uppercase? The lowercase. You saw that. It is taking the contents from this. So show lowercase hello. And here, I'll just increase the font now. So here, what is it here? This you show referring to by S2. Okay. So S2 starts referring here. So I hope you understood the difference between literal versus non-literal. Literal strings are those which are with the quotes. And the main thing, literal string objects are typically created right at the class loading time. And its references are added in the literal string pool. So this is your exam output of S2 is equal to new string S3. Have you drawn this much? So please show another string object and show accordingly. Next one. So here, when I say S3 equal to hello, at this point, dynamically means when the main thread is calling the main method, a new object will be created or will it refer to earlier existing object? Yes, our answer is earlier one. So show accordingly. S2 is done. So I'll show S3. Draw here S3. And here, where should S3 point to? Already created this. So here, S3 points here. Once you draw the memory picture, I'm telling you, it's impossible to get confused. It's very difficult to still get confused. And last one now, S4 equal to uppercase hello. So here I'm drawing S4. And S4 is pointing to that literal string object which was created at the class loading time. So this is your memory picture drawn so far. Let me just check. Yeah. So please check it. I'll just reduce this to so that S1 show I don't know how you are. I hope you are drawing S1 and S3 both pointing to the same literal string object whose reference is already there in the literal string pool. S4 pointing to that second literal string object and S4 that is and S2 pointing to the non-literal string object created actually at the main method's execution. Drawn the memory picture? Because after you draw that, then answering the questions becomes very easy. Drawn or not drawn? Okay, so now you see S1 say equals I'm not discussing because equals it is already easy. It goes by content equality. So I'm just going to solve that reference equality thing. S1 double equal to S2. So tell me, S1 is pointing to what? Literal string object created at the class loading time. S2 is pointing to the dynamically means at the runtime, at the method execution time. So tell me, what will be the answer? Are they pointing to the same object or different? Of course, different. So false. You got me? So this is the difference between literal string versus a non-literal string. Now, go ahead. S1 double equal to S3. So what is S1 pointing to? Literal string hello. S3 is also pointing to the same literal string pool. It is from the pool. So here S1 and S3 are both pointing to the same literal string object whose reference is there in the pool. So that is why you are having the answer as true here. Are you understanding? S1 and S3 pointing to the same literal string object which was created at the class loading time. So true. And when you say S1 equal to S4, why it is false? Is it because they are not literal string? Of course they are literal strings. But because of that contents change, one is lowercase hello, one is uppercase hello, they were created and allocated differently. S1 is pointing to the literal string object hello. S4 is pointing to another literal string object hello with uppercase H. So naturally, S1 double equal to S4 returns you false. And when you write the code, when I give you assignments or in your projects and your whatever, interview questions and all, what should you use? Should you use the reference equality or should you use the content equality always? Answer is you should use the content equality, meaning the equals method. So why this exercise? This exercise was done just to tell you the difference between literal versus non-literal. And there is a small question which I always ask. So just a second. It's a popular question again. Give me a second. What I'll do is I'll just shift this slightly so that I can fit my question. Wait a second. No? I just want to write some code here. One-liner. It's a popular question. So guys, please do spend some time in this strings, immutability, reference equality versus content equality, and literal versus non-literal. So see what I'm doing. Famous, popular again. I have done this. Okay. S1 equal to S2 equal to S3 equal to S4 equal to null. You know it is right associative. So S4 will be given a null value. That will be copied into S3, S2, S1. So the obvious question being asked is, how many objects? When this particular line is executed, how many objects are marked for garbage collection? Okay, count and answer. You understood the question? After nullifying all the references, how many objects will be marked for garbage collection? So I'm getting the answer 3, 4 and all that. So 4 objects, first of all, I can't find out. I can find out 3 objects. So 4 is like beyond me. This is not an object. This is a literal string pool. Just don't count all the boxes. But guys, all are wrong. Correct answer is 1. Very right. Exact answer is 1. I'll tell you. The correct answer is here 1. Okay. So see, I told you it's an interesting concept. So let's do it the way we always do it. Take your eraser. And when I say S1 equal to null, you know delinking, dereferencing. S2, S3 is equal to null. S4 is equal to null. And S2 is equal to null. Okay. This is an immediate side effect. Everyone knows that. I have nullified all the references. So naturally, count. When you have drawn the memory picture, actually people give me the correct answer. So tell me, as far as this dynamically created, dynamically means with the new operator, this object was concerned, how many valid references were pointing to it? Exactly once. So of course, this is marked for garbage collection. I'll just change the color. So here, this is marked. I'm not saying you know that. Unless until heap is under pressure, JVM will not give the chance for the garbage collector thread to run, but it is marked for garbage collection. It is inaccessible. But guys, if you see the first literal string object or the literal string objects, agreed, S1, S3, S4 are no longer pointing to it, but you forgot something. There is an original reference already, which is referring to this. So this literal string object, which is referred by ref1, another literal string object, which has a copy of reference, original copy is ref2, will they be marked for garbage collections, a garbage collection or not? Answer is no. Are you getting it? So here, when this line is executed, how many objects are marked for garbage collection? Only the object which was created, the one which is referred by S2, or I can say non-literal string object is marked for garbage collection, the way we have written the code. So naturally, the next question anyone will have, or people generally ask you is, when will this entire literal string pool will go away? Are you understanding? Because see, now the copy of reference is here. So let me, it is always good to think in code. Sometimes when I talk in English, my exact point may not be conveyed, but when you write, there should not be any ambiguity. So observe. I was saying something else, but I thought of showing you with the code. Okay, so now after this, if I say, look at this, okay, string S5 is equal to hello. Don't jump into the answer. Give yourself time. Don't push yourself. I'm saying, see the code. Everything is in front of you. I've got all this code explained. I have nullified all the references. You know, so don't agree with me. Don't trust what I'm saying. Just solve this. After this line is executed, if I say string S5 equal to hello, so please tell me which of the following will happen. A new literal string object will be created in the heap and its reference will be added to the pool, or no new literal string object get created and S5, second option is S5 starts pointing to the same object again. First option or second option? Second option. Are you understanding now what is it? That is why, even if you don't understand all those long statements, English statements, think in code. So how will you show it? Show it with me, guys. So here, of course, there will be S5, right? And even those are this, what should it be? It is still referring to that hello, because these references are still alive. So these literal string objects are not gone anywhere. You understood the meaning of the statement which I made. Even after nullifying, you will see that no new object gets created. It keeps referring to this object because this has survived. This has not yet marked. So the last question is, now I'll take that last question. When will this literal string pool be gone from the heap? Anyone wants to tell me? You understood my question? I'll repeat the question. I said, when do you think this whole business of literal string pool and all will be gone or will be removed from the heap? Yes, so don't say main over. Better answer is when the Java application. Why I'm saying Sandeep main over? Today your answer is right because you have got only main thread. But when I take you to multi-threaded applications, you will have so many threads running. So that time your answer will be wrong and you will lose marks. So when the JVM terminates, when the Java application terminates, at that time, what will happen? All the memory which was allocated to the JVM from the operating system is all removed. So at that time, what will happen is string class will get unloaded. And when was this literal string pool created? At the time when the string class is loaded. So when the JVM terminates, when the string class is getting unloaded, what will happen? Naturally, string pool, constant string pool will be all destroyed when the application is terminated. And this entire memory consisting of stack, heap, and method area will be returned to the OS. I'll repeat my last statement. When will this particular string pool will be gone? Answer is at the time when the string class is unloaded. It was created when it was loaded. So when it is unloaded, that will go away. So the next question that brings it to you is, when will classes be unloaded from the method area? That answer is when the Java application terminates. When the JVM terminates, all the classes are removed. All the method area, stack, and heap is returned. All that memory is returned to the operating system. That is where the whole thing happens. It also takes the reference of object. No, Kunal, I have already explained. Kunal, please go through all the statements which I have said, and better discussion, longer discussion we will have in the lab session. I'll try to read your question, but sometimes your questions, in the lab session, I'll allow you to unmute and you can ask me. String pool, because it also takes a reference of object hello, and S1 is also taking. Okay, Kunal, if I understood you, if it, I may not have understood your question. Guys, you answer, not only Kunal, anyone. When I say S1 was pointing to here, so I did not say something because I thought it was implicit. What will S1 hold? Kunal or anyone else? Forget this delinking. I'm here. When I say string S1 equal to hello, anyone wants to tell me what will happen internally? Is it a, okay, let me see what you are saying. No. Shubham, you are completely off track. I'm responding to Kunal's question. He's asking me string S1 equal to hello. What will happen? I'll give you the choices. A new object gets created. Answer is no. So, guys, is it a copy of references or is it a copy of objects? Copy of references. Here, this object got created much earlier and the copy, its address is sitting in the pool. So this reference contained Kunal, I guess, is copied into S1. And that is how S1 and ref1 were both pointing to this hello object. So I did not say this explicitly because I thought the moment I draw the map pointers and all, it is clear. So you answers, looks like you are still confused. When I say string S3 equal to hello, anyone wants to tell me what happens? A new object gets created? No, it's a literal string. So again, it is copy of references. So what gets copied into what? Ref1 got copied into S3. Solve the next one, last one. And I'm going on to the next topic in strings. String S4 equal to hello. Tell me, Kunal, what happens? I want Kunal to answer because it was his doubt, his question. Copy of references, Kunal, or copy of object? When you ask the question, I need the response fast. I said it, Kunal, copy of references or copy of object. When you say S4, string S4 equal to uppercase hello, what is it? Copy of references. So tell me, because people are ready to tell, what gets copied into what? Something into something. So tell me, what is that something into something, Kunal? Anyone else wants to answer? When I say string S4 equal to hello, what gets copied? The ref2. See this, ref2 was pointing to this. So the contents of ref2, which is the address, gets copied into S4. And that is how to this literal string, ref2 was already pointing from that literal string pool. Now S4 also started pointing. So this is what I had drawn already with the memory picture. This is the understanding I expect. So go through it if you are still confused, and you can ask me more questions, better questions, but in the lab, not now. So which are the most important three concepts in strings, which we covered in the larger amount of time is, larger time is the immutability of the strings. All these are popular questions, trust me. And then we talked about reference equality, which you check it with double equal to the address comparison, reference comparison versus equals. And every time, anytime you are writing the code, what should you use? Reference equality or content equality? R or C? Content equality. And then we talked about, I showed you about the difference between how JVM handles literal strings from non-literal strings. Okay, so this is like a day one, or first look at literal versus non-literal. I want to show you something another popular method, intern and all that. So but settle on this today, and then I can ask you more advanced question, or I can share a lot of ready-made code sample, which will definitely help you in exam preparation and all that. Okay, so these were the three. So now whatever else remains is a simple string API. Now there are no surprises. All these important concepts we have covered. I know it is already 10:01. I'll just take one or two methods, and then we'll take a break. Open the Java docs. Again, if I start explaining each and every method, we will spend easily 2 days only in strings. So nobody does that. Only the important methods, the ones whichever are required, I will be explaining. So here I'll show you. There are so many methods actually. Okay, let's look at a method called as compare to. I told you there are 5 methods in core Java. ToString, hash code equals, compare and compare to. So I'm just showing you something from compare to. So look at this, all attention here. String is the class. Everyone knows that. And can one class implement multiple interfaces? Yes, of course. I told you interfaces are so important. So one of the interface which your string class implements is comparable. If you ask me what is it, so currently I can't explain. It is something called as generics in Java, which is similar to templates in C++. So it tells you that when you see with the angle bracket string, it means it is going to compare two strings. Okay, more on generics on maybe tomorrow or day after. Let's see how fast or how slow we are. So now click on comparable. And here this is the generic syntax which you currently ignore. And here you see, I mean, you look for the method. Okay, so this comparable interface has a method compare to. Okay, so this compare to method is the only method. They have given all the description. I'm just looking for that. So here, when you say compare to, here this is the method. You know, the in interfaces, there's only method declaration. So quickly, can you tell me which are the two keywords which are sitting for an interface method? Which are the two implicit keywords Java compiler adds? Public and abstract. You got that? And here, read this. We are going to use compare to all the time for sorting purposes. There is compare to also, there is compare also. Focus on compare to. Now see this. Compares, sorry, my mistake. So what it does is, it compares this object. This means invoker with the specified argument for order. And what it will return is, it will tell you what it returns. It returns a negative number if the invoker is less than argument, sorting criteria wise or the content wise, or if both of them are same, 0, or a positive integer if this object is less than. So this was your comparable interface. So tell me before you feel lost, what is the name of the interface which I showed you? And what is the name of the implementation class which you are discussing? Interface and the implementation class. Write it down. Interface name is, I needed two answers. I want the name of the interface. I did not ask you the method, Abhijit. I said which is the class which has implemented it. Exactly. Ragini has given me the whole answer. Guys, give the complete answer. The interface comparable and implementation class string. Still people are saying compare to. So, okay, what is compare to? Compare to is the method, single abstract method from that comparable interface. So understand the questions and then respond. So now the moment I say string class, is it, can you see this? Is it an abstract class or not abstract class? A simple question, simple answer. Is it an abstract class? Of course not. The moment I say final class, what do you understand by final classes? You cannot extend from the string class. All strings, StringBuilder, StringBuffer, all are declared in their full and final form. Okay. The moment it has comparable and it is not abstract, which is the method it has already defined, compare to. So here, Control F and look for compare to method. So the string class has implemented the compare to method. So come to this. That is why Java docs are so important. And read this. I don't know. Some of you might be knowing the word meaning of the word lexicographically. Google it. Or they have already given here. And otherwise you can learn it with me. This is like a dictionary order. Everyone knows dictionary at least. So comparison is based on Unicode value of each character. So what it will start doing is, it will start comparing. Suppose you say S1 dot compare to S2. So it will start comparing from the first letter, first character. If that itself is S1's first character is less than Unicode value of S2, it will return what? Negative number, positive number, or 0. I said if S1's character Unicode is less than, it will return a negative number. But if it is both the, okay, if it is greater, S1's Unicode, S1's contain character 0 is greater than S2, what will it return? Minus, I mean negative, positive, or this 0, positive. But if it is 0, then it starts comparing the next character, and that is what goes away. That is what happens. So they have given you the formula, the definition. Read that. This is the definition of lexicographical ordering, and it is going to compare the characters of two strings and then conclude. So instead of talking about it, this is the last thing I'm taking, and we are stopping for a break. So after the break, I'll show you some more string API. So here, all you have to tell me is what will be the output. Give me a second. Let's say I am writing in a very this. So what I'm discussing here is the string class API. API means string class methods, constructors, whatever. So here, whether I use it as a literal string or whether I use non-literal string, finally they are string class instances and I can use the API. So it doesn't matter now. I have already showed you the difference. So let's say one employee name is Anish. Another employee name is, let's say, Amruta. And all I'm asking you is, that is all people ask you. People don't ask you what will be the exact value. I'll tell you. S1 dot compare to S2. So can you tell me, will it be a positive? No, you don't tell me the exact value. People don't ask you because that is a difference between the Unicodes and all that. Will it be, what will be the result? Positive value, negative value, or the, what is it called? 0. Positive, negative, or 0. So people are saying negative. So observe, those who have understood it, very good, excellent. But I have to like take care. So it goes by the first letter, same. So it goes to the next letter. So what is the next letter here? N. And this is the letter M. So tell me, alphabetical order, dictionary order, what comes first? M or N? Everyone knows that much at least. Of course, M. So here, N is, so if you compare the Unicode value of N and M, what will be higher value? What will be the larger value? Whose will be the larger value? N's value will be larger. So here it is comparing the Unicode value. And when the first one, S1's invoker is greater than the argument, what does it return? Minus, negative number, positive number, or 0. So are you understanding your answer, how wrong it was? So here, see this. So it is just a difference. The difference between the character Unicode value is 1. So it is returning. So for example, if I say, okay, something else. Don't actually, I don't know whether such a name exists or not. So now tell me, guys. So what is it? Positive. Don't give me the exact answer. I'm giving you, people give you only 3 options. Positive, negative, or 0. Positive. Will and observe. You know, everything is in observing and concluding. So here, it can find out the difference between the character Unicode values. How it works internally doesn't matter. All you have to focus is negative value, positive value, or this. So now let me just ask you. Okay, tell me, because I'm still not sure whether everyone is with me or not. Just tell me positive, negative, or this, or 0. 0. Somebody is saying 0. Guys, can you not see that they are containing different char sequences? How can you say 0 and disappoint totally? So first 2 letters are the same. What is going to get compared? I to R. So tell me, what comes before? Guys, still you are, now you are giving the correct answer. So here, naturally, the output is going to be a negative value. This is what comparison does. So the moment I do this, can anyone tell me, last question before we take a break, what will you use? What is the use case of compare to? Tell me the last one. Where will you use this comparison? Where will you use this compare to method? Yes, please. One word answer. Naturally sorting. Suppose I give you an employee-based organization where I'm hiring. Only one answer, by the way, I got. What happened to others? I already said it is used for sorting. So now suppose I have an employee-based organization system and I'm accepting the names of the employees and all, the way I'm recruiting. And my manager comes to me and says, give me a report of all the employees, but sorted as per their last name. So what will be the data type of the last name, guys? What will be the data type of last name? String. And all you have to use is use this compare to method, and automatically without you writing any complex comparison code, the JVM will give you the answer. And naturally, if I say your last thing before we disperse, what now be confident and tell me, when I already told you compare to is for character code comparisons, I've given exactly the same. So naturally here the value will be 0. Are you understanding? So is it comparing these two strings reference wise or content wise? Content wise always. And they are calling it as a lexicographical ordering, nothing but your dictionary order. Okay, so this is about your compare to method. So string class implements comparable, and this gives you comparison. And you will see soon means 2 days time, when I show you sorting in Java. So you will see that you don't have to write any sorting algorithms. The sorting algorithm, searching algorithms are all added in collection framework. So we will just have to supply the sorting criteria and JVM will do the rest. So things definitely go more interesting from in this week. So these are the basic APIs. So we'll have a break here and we will resume at 11:10 and continue with more work. Okay, so that is all. You go through. You want these code samples? Anyone wants these code samples which I have written? So I can create a zip and send you. You need it? Okay, great. At least some of you are wanting it. Just a second. I'll just create. And by the way, when I give you today's help, I'll share it at the lunch break. I've shared an old article, SCJP. That time the certification exam was called Sun certification. Now they call it as Oracle certification, OCPJP. So anyway, so this is a very good article which talks about string pool and all that. Do read it whenever you get time. Currently, I'm just sharing the project. So, you can make changes, you can look at it, and you can ask me anything and everything, but in a lab session. So I'm zipping it, day 9.1, and sending it to you. If you want to look at it, definitely. But this is going to be expanded. I'm not yet done with the strings. So I'm sending you. You got it? Tell me so that I can log off. Received. Okay, that will be nice. So now if you get time, I'm not pushing you. In the lab, you're going to revise it thoroughly anyway. So you do look at it or you do directly look at it in the lab. But more and more, if you start logging in with your computers and test such things parallelly, that will be great. So that will be all. See you around. And welcome back. So I hope you remember what we were discussing. So those who got time may have gone through what was that? Immutability, reference equality versus content equality, and also literal versus non-literal strings. So now we are continuing with little bit of string APIs, and then we'll go to the next topic. Nobody learns all the methods in the string on the same day because it is impossible. So whichever methods you require, that will be discussed. So answer the simple questions. When you say this compare to, I hope you have opened this. Just take the cursor over compare to, and it will tell you the meaning. It is your public int compare to method, which allows you to do the comparison of the strings. So start answering. Is it going to check the contents or is it going to compare the references? It is going to compare the contents in the case sensitive manner or case insensitive manner. Answer is case sensitive manner. How do you confirm? You know, immediately you can check this. Okay, so take a look at it. First string is containing Anish with uppercase A, one with a lowercase a. Tell me, if you know about char code, Unicode values, what comes first? All uppercase letters are defined first or lowercase? Whose character code will be higher? Uppercase A or lowercase a? Uppercase are defined first. Which one will have a higher value? Which one will have a higher Unicode value? Lowercase one, absolutely, with the difference of 32. So tell me, I'm not asking you the exact answer. Nobody asked you that. Who is going to expect you to remember the Unicode values? So just tell me, when I say S1 dot compare to S2, what will you get? Plus number, positive number, negative number, or zero? Of course, a negative number. Why? Because see this. This is containing the first letter itself is different case. I just wanted to confirm whether it is case sensitive. So if you just run this, you will get the difference between the two. Nobody asks you the actual value, just a negative number is sufficient. So coming back to the point, it is a very easy API compared to the name of the interface from which it is derived, from which it comes. What is the Unicode values, Rohit? Read the first day one data. My readme on Unicode values, it is universal code. ASCII codes are just fitting in 1 byte. Universal code fit in 2 bytes. So read the note, Rohit, and you will understand. It's not only limited to 0 to 255. It goes much higher. It includes all the Asian languages, including scripts, basically. Devanagari script for Marathi, for example, Hindi, Chinese script, Japanese script, everything. So read that note. Anyway, so we have discussed this on the first day, character data types. So here, this is for sorting, this is for comparison. And of course, if you give it all same, then what is the value your compared to method returns? Negative number, positive number, or zero. Now they are case sensitive equal. So when the S1 dot equals S2 returns true, S1 dot compared to S2, 100% will return zero. So that was your compare to. Now, for the next 10 minutes, 10-15 minutes, I'm just going to show you the API, open the Java docs, look for string, and I'm going to give you, actually, you know, I'll give you the problem, I'll give you the API, and you just have to use it. So here, let's try. So here, answer is right in front of you. So please answer. Tell me, what is it? I want to find out I'll give you a string. And you just have to print the character as the first letter of the string and the last letter. What will you use? Answer is right in front of you. The answer is carat. Very right, Prashant. So here, others, look at it. Carat, see the word character at the right position. So here returns the character values at the specified index. Anyone wants to tell me what will be the range of valid indices? Can I give anything? Of course not. There is a range. So what is the range, guys? 0 to length minus 1. Absolutely right. But guys, if you look for length, Control F. Length is not a data member. In arrays, length is a data member. Here it is a method. So Control F, search. And you can look for the method. See this. When you say length, strings has only length. When I show you StringBuilder, it has a capacity also. And string has what? Fixed length or variable length. Strings will have fixed length or variable, F or V. Of course, fixed length. The whole string forgets length. Everything is fixed. The contents are fixed. So this returns the length of the string. So I hope you understood what I said. So here, let me ask you. I'm going to write in the same manner. So display first and last character of the string. Okay, so here I'll start it for you. So SOP, let's say now something. So here, now anyone wants to print. How do I print the first letter and the last letter? Pretty easy. So here, first character, sorry. What is the method? What will you use? I want the first character of this string. Okay, so what it will be? S2 dot caret, sorry. What should be the position? 0. And if you want to print the last character, anyone wants to tell me? See, easy questions I'm asking you. Now the complications are over. Complications were only immutability, equality, and the other thing, literal versus non-literal. So what should I add here? Quickly, don't just stop. I'm giving you the chance to respond. So S2 dot caret, but I don't know what is the string length. Is there a method there to find out? Yes, S2 dot length minus 1. Are you getting me? It's a more than easy API. So I'm definitely going to go faster over this. You have to understand it. It's easy. First character is T and last character is E. Clear, everyone? Is the requirement, I mean the usage is clear? If you mess up and if you do this, what will happen? If you make a mistake, what will happen now? Compile time error, runtime error, or the output? It's not array, Girish. It's not an array. Is it an array which you are looking at? So how can you say array index out of bounds? It is a string index out of bounds. Check this. So here, see this. The name of the exception is string index. Earlier, you are right, array index. We were playing in arrays. So now what are we playing in? Strings. So the name of the exception is string index out of bounds. And it is telling you the string index is out of range because length is 24. You can access only 0 to 23. Everyone 100% clear? So don't make this mistake naturally. You have this. Caret is clear? Character at the right position is clear? Okay. This is how the string examples are going to be. Now I'll tell you. If I see, we are going to, we are going to solve something after a while. After I finish with string handling, DateTime handling, we are going to write some example. So let me see something. I'll accept the email ID also. And if the email ID employee ID is unique is fine. But here I'm saying, suppose I'm going to say a rule email, that email must contain @ So how to search whether a particular string is containing some characters? The method name itself is contains. Why the length is fixed? After all this, Abhijit, anyone wants to answer why the length is fixed to Abhijit after spending 2 hours in the morning session? Anyone? Answer him. He's asking me a question. Why length is fixed? Wake up. String object is immutable. We have said it already 100 times. So not only length, but entire contents of the string is immutable. So it is rather a late question. Next one. Somebody asked me next one. What about the spaces? Spaces are represented by the characters. The character code is 20. So they are also counted. So what will be? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7th index is space. 8th and onwards. So do a little bit of testing, guys. Try out things first. And then we can have a better questions and all that. Okay. So this was about your character add. Now look for the additional API. There's a method called as contains. So look for the method. I'm not going to use it. Rather, I'm just giving you the help. So this returns you true. You don't have to search it yourself. There is a ready-made method contains. So if the character sequence is found, it will return true. Otherwise, false. Understood? Everyone is looking at the method. Have you opened the Java docs? 100% of you, have you opened the Java docs? Because otherwise you are not going to understand a word. So stop being lazy. So when I say contains, it is quite clear. But can you see something? The argument is not a string. Argument is char sequence. So click on char sequence. Tell me, what is a char sequence? Interface or a class? Simple questions, at least you should answer interface. And you tell me, can you instantiate the interface? Can you create the instance of the interface? Of course not. Why? Because again, somebody will ask me why I can't create the interface instance. Why? Because it is a pure, complete, 100% abstract structure. And when I showed you the partial abstraction in form of abstract classes, even that wasn't allowed. So how can you instantiate? So now when they are passing the character sequence, you know the important principle. Can, what was it? My area, compute area, or whatever that computable. Can interface type of a reference refer to any of its implementation class? I've said this statement 100%, 100 times. Of course, answer is yes. And what is it involved? Upcasting. And using method overriding and runtime polymorphism, it will automatically call the implementation classes method. So in simple English, I keep saying the same things literally 20 times. You just have to relate to it. So tell me, when you see any API which is accepting char sequence, what all I can pass instead of it? What all argument types I can pass? Write it. What all can I pass? Wherever there is a char sequence mentioned, what all I can pass in its place? Don't give me the whole list. At least give me 1 or 2 answers. Yes, one is string, other is StringBuffer, other is StringBuilder. You don't know that segment and all. You don't have it also. So that is possible. So now observe and conclude. So I want to find out print yes if the string S2 contains something. I am looking for a keyword such as maybe API. Okay, contains API. Or otherwise, else print no. Are you understanding? You have to write a one-liner which will print yes if this string referred to by S2 is containing a keyword API. Otherwise, print no. How do I do this? So I want to print it. So start with the SOP. Write it. Write the next code. It's a ternary, simple one-liner ternary. So what should I use? I'm waiting for your answer. Actually, I should not be wasting so much time in the theory session. But since lot of people are confused, so I'm giving you time. I hope you are typing out your answer. SOP part I have written, so don't write that. Just give me what you want to write inside. Prashant, you missed out something. Yes, the code. Suruchi is right. So here, of course, S2 dot contains. And what is that character sequence you are looking for? It is in a string. Is string character sequence? Is it an implementation class? Is a relationship? Yes. So here, API. If this returns true, what is it I want to print? Yes, something. And if it doesn't print, if it doesn't contain, of course, what I want to print is no. Okay, so this is an easy example. You're going to use all these examples in practical scenario. I'm just helping you. I'm just preparing you. Warm up, it is called. So here, of course, it is containing. So yes. And just check. Is it case sensitive or not case sensitive? It is case sensitive. Okay. So here, you can check this. So tell me, are you clear on contains method? Is everyone clear on that? It is a case sensitive searching. Next few methods. So another few, okay, let me ask you. Fine. Contains tells you if the, what it returns is either true or false. But if you want to find out at which index in the string indices start from what? 0 or 1? String indices run from what? 0. What will be the end index? Length minus 1. Is length a method or field, data member inside string? It's a method. You saw that. Round brackets and all means method. In arrays, the length is a data member. So we showed it in the, we always show it in the heap. Going ahead. So what I was wanting to say is, right. So If the requirement is, I want to find a character at a specified index. Okay, so here, then there are methods. So the methods are very important searching methods. I'll show you. The name of the method itself is index of. If you want to find out what is the index of a particular match, you have this. So again, my statement is follow Java docs, otherwise impossible to survive in Java. So here, again, if you are taking a pressure, that does she mean, do I mean that you have to remember all this? Absolutely not. You will automatically remember once you start using it. So focus on understanding. Don't worry about remembering the part. So start. These are 4 index of methods. What will you call them? Again, a revision. Overloaded methods or overriding methods? L or R? Overloaded. Everyone has gone past that, I hope. Method name same. Return type, I don't really care. And the signature method arguments, is it same or different? Of course, different. And they are in the same class. So of course, they are method overloaded. So who will resolve the method binding? Compiler. Compiler will choose that this particular form has to be called right at the compile time. So all these are nothing but overloaded methods. Now read this. So read this. Returns the index within the string for the first occurrence. So is it going to look for all the occurrences? No. Index of means returns the index of first occurrence. Some of you might be confused that they are saying of the character and here it is int. So anyone tells me what is that int associated with the character? Unicode value. Are you getting me? So don't say ASCII. So Rohit, I guess Rohit was saying earlier. So don't say ASCII because the character in Java is 2 bytes, entire universal code. So somebody's right, universal Unicode. So either you can supply a quoted string, so such as A in the quotes, or you can give the value uppercase is, for example, 65. So it will return the index of first occurrence of the specific character. Now read the second version. They have given such a good description. When we conduct your core Java lab exam and later advanced Java lab exam, you will be given 2 things. One is access to Java docs and the ID, STS ID, same Eclipse ID with Spring tool. It will be given. So don't worry about memorizing it. In the interview times and all, of course, these basic APIs are expected. So that by that time, you would have a lot of practice. So focus on understanding. So tell me, this method, the first index of method, will it start searching from 0th index or not? This method I'm talking about. Answer is yes. But here, you can supply that from this index onwards, start searching. You are getting me? So that is the difference between the two. Look at the third one. What is it? I'm not going to write all the examples. That is your job. I'll just take 1 or 2 examples to explain the point. Tell me, here in these first 2 overloaded versions, what were you searching for? A character or a substring? A character. And here, these 2 are looking for the substring. Substring, you know the word substring because some of you are totally like non-bagger this. So substring is a part of the string. So returns the index within the string of the first occurrence of the specified substring. You are supposed to have a C background. So in C also we use this. This is all C family languages. Substring, part of the string. So tell me, what will this return? This will return the index of occurrence, first occurrence of the substring. In any of the cases, there is no character or there is no substring found. What will happen? Will JVM give you an exception? Absolutely not. This method will return -1. I'll repeat the last statement again. Sometimes you have difficulty in understanding. Here I said, index of what will index of method return in case it doesn't find the match? Will it throw the Java runtime exception? No. What will be the return value? It will return -1. Guys, I'm giving you all these clues. Soon we are going to create an application based on it. So, and now anyone wants to explain what is the difference between the last 2? It is nothing but this version starts searching from the 0th index onwards, and this will search from specified index onwards. So these are your index of operations. So will it start searching? Will it start searching in what do you say? First to last manner, or last from the beginning it will start searching, or from the end it will start searching? Index of begin or end? Answer is beginning. In case you are writing some lead code examples or hacker earth kind of a things, you are solving a lot of questions, by the way, asked on strings. If I want to find out the index of last occurrence, what is the method name? You know, last index of. So simply say Control F as in search and simply type last index of. So it is so easy to understand. Index of means looks for the first occurrence, starts from beginning to the end. When you say last index of, returns the index within the string for the last occurrence of specified character. Here from the supplied position. Here for the string, here for the string, and from the index. So if you are looking for the first occurrence, what will you use? Which method for searching you'll use? First occurrence, index of. And when you are looking for the last occurrence of it, which is the method you use? Last index of. So now I'll write something. You keep the Java docs open and you can tell me that. Again, if you are confused, whether I use the literals or whether I use the non-literal, the string API, string object, string class API is all the same. So it doesn't matter. Only thing is with literal pool, you get the optimization. So that if I say, listen to the question, I will always ask the cross questions, context switching. So here, if I say, listen to the question, string S1 equal to testing, string S2 equal to testing, string S3 equal to testing within the quotes, within the double quotes, till string S100 will be equal to testing. How many string objects will be created in the heap? 1 or 100? Of course, the answer is 1. You know pooling. Pooling is sharing of the resources. So exactly one string object. Its reference will be added in the constant string pool. And how will you show? Where will you show S1, S2, S3 till S100? On the stack. And all of them will be having the same address of that literal string. I hope you understood what I said. So coming back to the point, whether you say literal or non-literal, the string API remains the same. So I'm just changing it so that you will be having a lot of practice. So here I'm just saying Java strings are easier than, let's say, strings in C++. Don't take it literally. Of course, answer is yes. I mean, truly also, but like I said, that's not the point. I don't want to compare one language with another, whether it is better or worse. There are pluses and minuses. Anyway, so just answer this question, please. You will have to do the little more of the counting. Anyway, so I'm saying S3 dot index of a little bit of counting is involved. Okay, so even if you don't count, it is fine. You just tell me. When I say S3 dot index of, sorry, look at my mess. Just a second. Huh? Total mess. Wait a second. S3 dot index of, then S3 dot last index of. Fine. Okay, are we good? Yeah. So start solving. So can you tell me when I this thing execute this, will it start searching from beginning to end or end to begin? First occurrence or last occurrence? You can tell me that. From the first occurrence. Very good. So can you tell me, somebody was asking me spaces. So that much, you have to do it on your own. Some things you have to do on your own. So start counting for me. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 is the space and 5 is the first occurrence. So what is the expected output here if I did not do the wrong counting? Somebody said 6, wrong answer. I don't know where that 6 came from. So it is indices start from 0, not 1. So that is 5. Keep counting. So where is the next occurrence? Where is the last occurrence of strings? Here. So do your counting and tell me whether the answer is matching with your counting. So I'm lazy. So I did not count that. So I hope it was your answer matched with 29. Okay, somebody said 14. Akshay, where is that 14 coming from? Strings, the keyword strings, it is looking for the first occurrence and the last occurrence. So first occurrence is here. So this is the index at which it starts. And this is the index at which it starts. So it must be obviously something like 29. So index of and last index of. Now I'll do something. Tell me, what will be the answer quickly? Tell me the output you are going. Oh, you started counting from last. Okay, no, sorry. Guys, there's nothing like sorry and thank you. You are learning and my job is to help you. Okay, anyway, so tell me, what will be the answer for this? Same, 5 or something it was. But what will be the answer for the last occurrence? There is no such occurrence, right? So -1. I'm telling you as always, play with the code. When I say play, what I mean is explore, make changes. I'm showing you 1 or 2 APIs, but I have explained so many methods. I'm sure you must be having some doubts. So open this in the lab session. Don't be afraid. Open the Java docs and use some methods, whatever we have discussed and all. Generally, whatever we have discussed. Because additional methods may confuse you. So tell me, listen to the question. I'm asking you a question. If you just want to find out whether a particular character sequence exists in the string, which is the method you'll use? Give me the name of the method. Guys, wrong answer. All answers are wrong. Contains. Contains is the method. I just said I want to find out whether a particular character sequence exists or not. Don't have such a short-term memory. And if I want to find out the index of either first occurrence of the character or the string or whatever, or the last occurrence, which are the APIs you'll use, which are the methods you'll use? For the first occurrence, index of, but there can be multiple occurrences. So you can say last index of. And what if there is only one occurrence? For example, suppose, look at this, this is what I mean. When I say play with the code, this is exactly what I mean. So here, tell me, what will be the answer? Best is, talk in the answer, talk in the output. Exactly right. The first occurrence and last occurrence is the same. There are no multiple occurrences. So here, what is the index of it? Here, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And last occurrence is also at the same position. Guys, when I say last occurrence, don't start counting from this as a 0. Indices always are from 0 to length -1 and work it out accordingly. Okay, so this is what we have covered. Now let me show you another interesting one. The other ones I can't do this thing. So, but there is something. Oh, sorry. There's another one called as matches. So here, have you done in your COP or in your Linux or this? I don't know whether you have done it. Regular expressions, have you done that? Do you know about, have you done? Okay, you will learn it later with the Linux or something. So regular expression is a language by itself where there are special characters, escape sequences, dollar for indicating the beginning, etc. So here, right now, don't worry about, look at this, regex. So here, wait a second, I lost my, this. Right now, just focus on the understanding part of it. So here, you have a method. So I will not discuss this method since you have not done the regular expression. So here it tells you means returns true if a particular string contains it is whether it is matching with the regular expression. And like I said, regular expression is if you click on it, you will get, if you are opening the Java docs, it tells you everything about the regular expression. But like I said, currently I'm not covering that. It takes a lot of time. And later in JavaScript and other technologies, you are anyway going to deal with it. So matches is kind of equal with contains, but contains means only strings character sequence. Here you can actually give the regular expression though. So more on this once you are familiar with regex. Next is, I'm just thinking what else. Yeah, simple ones I can show you. Easy ones. I'll write something and let's see. I'm directly going to ask you because it is that easy. You can open the Java docs and you can answer me. S2 dot starts with. You just have to tell me what will be the output. You look up the Java docs. S3 dot ins. So tell me. There is a method called as starts with. There is a string method called as ends with. So easy to understand. So tell me, what will be the answer here? It is returning a Boolean. Yes, it is not, it's not starting with here. Okay, guys, it is a prefix and a suffix. So it is not comparing the whole, but isn't this string starting with the character sequence as test? So read this. Test if the string is starting with the specified prefix. So test is matching with test. So of course the answer here is true. And here I can do this way also if you are confused. So tell me, now at least answer correctly. Is it ending with plus plus? Suffix it is nothing but the suffix. So this will also be true. Okay, so don't match it with the entire string or anything. You can do this. So here it is true. If I say here multiple spaces, dots, whatever, it is still ending with plus plus. But if you say here, sorry, something, what will be the answer now? Everyone is understanding me? Of course, the answer will be false because it is no longer having the suffix. Are we understanding? So when I take you to file handling, a question can be that user will enter the folder name and you have to list out all the files, maybe with .java extension or maybe with .jpeg extension. So then you can use this API, ends with. This is nothing for filtering, finding out, searching basically. Or I might say that find out all the files having starting with the letter test and ending in Java. Then you can use starts with and ends with. So today I'm just giving you all the overall requirements. Later, whenever we come to a particular requirement, we can see that. So here the answer will be false. Otherwise, again, there will be confusion. So starts with and ends with, pretty easy. Now, let's do something. I mean, let me show you. There's a very interesting method called as this thing, split. So search for split. All the utility ones, all the useful ones I'm showing you. So here, there are multiples of them. Okay. So I'm showing you split method. This is some problem with it. Okay, there are overloaded split methods. Please look for split with only a regular expression. And like I said, regular expression, see, there can be, they have given you some example, but I'm taking a simple one. So here, read this description carefully. Splits the string around the matches of the given regular expression. Okay, so here, if you'll ask me what is regular expression, I showed you it's a pattern-based language where individual characters such as comma, dollar have the special meanings. Letter D is for number. So over time you will understand the regex. But here, let's look at it and understand more. With example, it becomes easier. So here, I'll give you some string. And the question being asked is, you have the how, okay, in this case, how many strings are we having? One or multiple? Single one. Everyone understands it? Within the course, it's a literal string. Literal, non-literal, absolutely does not matter. So here, what I want is split these strings into 1, 2, 3, and 4 and display them. I already give you the clue. Split these strings around the delimiter of a colon and display these strings to me. Display these splitted strings. Anyone wants to show me how? I want to display also. I'm waiting for you to type. Yes. So only thing is within the quotes. And I want to display. You just got with the splitted strings. So here, what is it I want to display? So start with the SOP. Okay. Now, which is the functionality I want? S4.split. Which is that regular expression? So currently, don't worry about regular expression. What is that delimiter? I have got a semicolon as a delimiter. But if you do only, somebody has suggested only this. See the observe and conclude. You'll see a very weird output. Do you remember seeing this anywhere? I hope the answer is yes. What are we looking at? The array object. You remember the array object, how it is? It is single dimensional array. It returns you a string array. L value, because it is a string type of reference, fully qualified name and the hash code. Did we want this? We did not. I want to see actually 1, 2, 3, 4. Anyone wants to tell me how? Yes, you are right. All those who answered is right. Dot to string, wrong answer. Here, somebody suggested dot to string. Still the same. So half a minute for you. No downcasting. What downcasting you are talking about? No overriding. You're not overriding. You're using the ready-made API. Guys, you have forgotten about the things which we said in arrays. Is there any ready-made method? Is there any ready-made method which will print the entire contents of the array? Of course, you can use for. Nobody suggested, by the way, for loop, for each loop and all that. So I was expecting. So now, yeah, arrays.toString. And deep to, somebody said deep to string. You don't require deep to string for printing the one-dimensional array. That is for multi-dimensional. So these are all the wrong options, wrong answers. So here you simply pass. See, what is it returning? Just take the cursor there and you'll understand. String array. And which is the method to print all the contents of array? Arrays is the name of the class. You know everything. I mean, you might have forgotten that I can't help you, but toString and pass this. So now be with me. Oh, I have to Control-Shift-O. The keystroke is Control-Shift-O to fix the imports. So as you can see, it has automatically imported this. So tell me, what does this return? This returns the array of strings split around, say, semicolon, colon. What will this return? It will take this, take a cursor there and you'll understand. It will go over the entire array and it will print it into the, it will convert it into string and print that. And finally, tell me, you got your answer? Did you get the tokens split around the colon? Is everyone clear? So I'm using the earlier learned API and showing you something else. So this is more than sufficient time spent on strings. Am I saying that I have covered all the API? Impossible. But anytime you require more, as usual in the assignment, I'll give you a clue as a hint. But now don't tell me. You have to be professional, comfortable in using the Java docs. So I'll give you the method name. That this is the method which will do the job. And you should go open that method and use it. That is the expectation I have from everyone on the 9th day in Java. Okay. So this was your string based API. Now tell me, which are the other classes? StringBuilder and StringBuffer. So let me open for you a StringBuilder. So here search StringBuilder and read the whole thing with me. So where is this class? In which package it is? Java.lang. And here read whatever I have taken, whatever my notes or readmes, I generally take it from the Java docs. So read along. What does it represent? String builder, what is it representing? Mutable character sequence or immutable? Answer is mutable, modifiable. Read the next line. This class provides the API compatible with StringBuffer. What is the meaning of it? What is it in the simpler English? Same methods, same constructors you will find between StringBuffer and a string builder. But there is a but there. So what is it? There is no guarantee of synchronization. So synchronization is nothing but the thread safety. So what is that thread safety? What is that synchronization? We'll cover in your multi-threading topics. Till then, you just keep mentioning in your notes and all. This class is inherently thread safe. This is not. So string builder is thread unsafe, means there is no synchronization. Those who have little bit concepts of OS, operating system concepts, there is a concept of a locking. So here, when you use the string builder API, there are no implicit locks. There are no inherent locks. StringBuffer applies the locks. So all of that and much more in threads. Now read this carefully. Read this. Okay, so tell me, reading this, which is the class we should always use as per the Java docs recommendation? No deadlock, guys. Locking is different, deadlock is different. Forget that. We will cover it in the threads. Yes. Which one should we use? Buffer or builder? Of course, string builder. Which will be faster performant? Answer is string builder. Okay. So now I'm discussing with you the string builder constructors. Okay. So there are multiple of them. We'll just cover the important ones. When you use the default constructor of a string builder, there are no characters initialized, but the initial capacity is given as 16. Default initial capacity is for 16 characters. Okay. But we don't want to create, okay. So let me, before I go further, there are two methods now in the string builder. One is length, one is capacity. So can you tell me, if I use the first constructor, what will be the length and what will be the capacity? Give me at least these two values. Length and capacity. Guys, here with no characters in it, how can you see it as 16, 16? When I say no characters, what is the length of a string builder? Number of characters. So length is 0 and the capacity is 16. Okay. Now don't make the mistake in the next one. Read the next one. Read the next constructor and tell me what will be the length and what will be the capacity. Second one, I want answers, length and capacity. Okay, answer is right. So 0 and the specified capacity. In short, always check in code. If you write string builder SB is equal to new string builder 1K. 1K means 1024. So what will be the length? Still 0 because there are no characters in it. It's an empty string builder. But what is the capacity? Capacity is 1K. But you may not be understanding what I mean or what they mean by capacity. So listen to the question. Listen to the statement. Suppose I started with a 1K capacity. Okay, 1024 characters. And I kept on appending. There is a method append. Okay, I kept on appending, inserting characters, and I reach my 1K size. And after that, if I add the contents, if I add further append the contents, what will happen? You have two choices. JVM will throw the exception, runtime error, or the capacity will increase dynamically. Which option? First option or second option? Answer is second option. This is the dynamic. Guys, you are giving me wrong answers. I told you it is a mutable, modifiable character sequence. So you will see JVM will automatically create, automatically allocate larger dynamic capacity, modified capacity, and typical formula for memory allocation is typical, I'm saying, because it depends on the JVM. Initial capacity into 2 plus 2. Do not quote this formula in interviews because it is strictly as per the JVM specification. So what is the statement you can make confidently to the interviewers? StringBuilder is a mutable character sequence. And even when after appending, it reaches the capacity and you append the contents further, you append the data further, no runtime error, dynamically memory will be allocated. Okay, so you're going to see all of this in a minute. Next one. So whether you give a char sequence or whether you give a string is a char sequence. So I'll cover this. So let me ask you here, if you create this string builder, anyone wants to tell me, same question I'm asking, what will be the length and what will be the capacity? The last one I'm asking you. Length will be the string length. So how I would answer, such a question in interviews, str.length. Because you know the method length and the capacity as per the JVM specification. Okay. So when you say as per the JVM specification, initially the default initial capacity is 16 extra characters. So suppose I give the string length of, let's say, 10. So length will be 10 and capacity will be 10 plus additional 16 characters. That's your 26. So how about confirming? So let's confirm it with sample, code sample. I'll write something and all I'm going to ask you will be what will be the output. All these are favorite popular topics. Very, very interesting the whole discussion becomes if you, the moment you start taking a little bit of interest and little bit of efforts, of course. You just have to do little bit of counting. There is a method called as capacity. Okay. Now, you can see, open the Java docs. I'll not open right now because I can see it here. There is a append method overloaded. So when I say overloaded, you can append a boolean, a char, a character array, character sequence, all this, including object and all that. So when I say append a boolean to what? To your string, boolean will be first converted. Anytime when you append any data type to string, resulting type is a string. So you can keep observing here. Just keep on observing, okay? sd1.append something. Okay, and here I'm saying okay. So how to print the contents of the string builder? This is a object. String builder is a class. So this is your object type of reference type. So here it will implicitly call. What it will call, guys? When I say SOP SB1, what will it call internally? It's toString. And open the toString. That will just represent the character sequence that will return. So now start answering the questions. Anyone wants to tell me? Count very less counting is required. So tell me, what will be the answer here? So 5 and 21, let me count 5 and plus 16. Absolutely correct. Length is 5. 5 plus additional 16 characters, typically 21. Now I'm saying, listen to this carefully. And anyone wants to tell me what will be the output here? Your choices are, first option is hello. And second option is hello appended by true and etc. So just hello or hello followed by true follow and 123.45 and all that. Appended contents or this? Answer is concatenated contents. Why? Because tell me the difference between string and string builder. When you said concatenate method on the string, a new string was created and returned to the caller. But because it was immutable. But when you say string builder, are we dealing with mutable character sequence or immutable? Yes, Kunal, you're absolutely right. Of course, it is mutable. So changes will be applied to the same string builder. And how do we confirm all of this? Just run this and you will understand. So tell me, are we seeing the concatenated appended contents? Very much yes. Let me ask you, let me show you. Are you understanding the output? Everyone? Is everyone clear with the output you are seeing? Okay. So I'm asking you in a different manner. I always like to ask the same question, but in 10 different manner. That is where you think that so many things, but cannot be helped. This is how you learn Java. So here, all favorite popular questions. Answer. I'm not saying a word in order to confuse you. Here you have already given me the, I'll say, concatenated contents. Okay. So anyone wants to tell me? So here okay, forget this. I was lazy. So I'll write actually, hello, true, 123.45 and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So I'm asking you now, what will be the output here? Same or different? Answer is same. So the output is your same. We'll draw the memory picture in a minute. When I say we'll draw, I'll verbally discuss it. You draw it. And here, the important question. Here, first of all, first tell me, are we doing the reference equality or content equality? It's a reference equality. Bear that in mind. Everyone knows that. So tell me, what will be the answer? True or false? All wrong. Answer is going to be true. Guys, when you say append method, appends the string representation whatever and returns that same string builder reference to the caller. Why should it create multiple string builder objects? If you are not sure, of course, first thing is you should run it for confirmation. It is true. So tell me guys, in this piece of code, how many string builder objects are created in the heap? 1 or true? It is exactly 1. So I'll verbally discuss. I'm not writing. So here, is there any literal pool for string builders? Absolutely not. Literal concept only exists for strings. How can you create a string builder pool when the contents are changing, mutable? So here dynamically means actually at the runtime, one string builder object is created. SB1 is pointing to it. So I'll verbally discuss. Of course, this is that literal string, but currently don't confuse in the literal strings. So show in the method area, string builder class. In the heap, string builder object containing which character sequence, hello, and 16 extra characters with the capacity, and SB1 is pointing to it. Now tell me, when this line is executed, are you going to show another string builder object or are you going to show the concatenated appended contents? Of course, the same string builder having the changes because now it is immutable. What about this? What it will do? You will keep on changing. Now the contents were hello and true. Now it is hello to 123.45. Are you getting me? I'll just append the so that to exceed that 16 ka capacity. Of course. Okay, why? See, when I start one topic, there are so many things. So here, why there is an error? See this. It is telling you this value int is out of range. Anyone wants to tell me the correction? See, it is not fitting the int. So what should I correct it? It's fitting the long. So how do I do this? Yeah, double is also possible, but I don't want to go to double. So the literal is L. L for long. Okay, like default type is integer, but this was running outside the integer range, so I had to make it long. So that's not the point. So now tell me, when you append a long value by converting into string, is it going to return the reference to the same string builder which was created here, or a new one? Same or new? Answer is same. Are you getting this? So that the moment you say two references SB1, SB2 pointing to the same copy, what is it we have? That is why you have the same. I mean, both are the same reference. I mean, two references pointing to it. So you will get the answer as this. And observe something, guys. You know, everything becomes clear the moment you take a little bit of interest and start solving. So do you expect to see the same length as earlier? Okay, but I can say SB1 dot length, SB2 dot length, doesn't matter. Of course, different one. So focus on length and focus on capacity, please. So see this. What was my original length, string length, haloka 5, and capacity was 21. So we must have exceeded those 21 characters limit. So tell me, are you seeing any runtime exception, or has the capacity automatically reallocated? Of course, reallocated. And I told you the thumb rule, typically the rule which JVM uses is current capacity into 2 plus 2. 21 2s are 42 plus 2. Making sense? Are you understanding the difference between a string and a string builder, guys? Because you know, they always want to confuse you like anything. Last point of confusion. Okay, there are, by the way, append methods. There is an insert method. First, I'll take the insert. Wait a second. So SB1 dot. There are so many. Again, insert methods are what? Are overloaded. So I'll just use something. Insert offset. So let's say 0, for example. Okay, I'll say something 1. I am just playing with this. And here I will say I'll want to number 9999. And I'm saying SOP SB2. Solve it. What will be the output? You will say where you have explained as insert. I will say I have given you Java docs. So take a look at the method. It's all guessable. First you supply the offset, that position where you have to insert, and then the data. Anyone wants to tell me? Even if you don't give me the full output, it is fine. At least start for me. So what does it mean? At the second index, what is it we are inserting is these whatever 5 nines. Yeah, so Yogesh was printing the whole thing. That's excellent, Yogesh. But like I said, I just wanted to understand. So see, what is the current output? You saw this one, I guess, right? So 0, 1, and 2. Is that correct? Am I saying it correctly? Yes. So at that you will see all the 9 this. So here 0th index is 1. This is 1 second, 1. And at this position, see the insertion. After seeing the output, I don't think I have to explain so much. So 0th index, first index as it is, then that number got converted into string and got inserted, and rest of it is the same. Clear with the insertion? You understood how the insert method works? Respond. Okay. Similarly, you have delete. Again, you will see you have, okay, you see, little bit of homework, little bit of exercise, little bit of efforts you have to take. So I will say something, SB1 dot delete, let's say 1, 4, something. So you open the Java docs. And by the way, this is not a spelling mistake. I want to always check whether you are there, awake or not. So whether you refer to the same object using SB1 or SB2, how does it matter? You are pointing to the same object. So here, now I'm doing this. So now let me do reverse. And here, SOP, SB1. So take the cursor, be little bit of, taking efforts, sincere types. Take the cursor here and see, removes the characters in a substring of the sequence. So it will start with start, and end with end -1. So 1. So start telling me. So what was the output here? Wait a second. Huh? So after appending, so what is it we inserted here? Sorry. Here we inserted how many times? 5 nines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now, so now tell me which characters are going to be gone. So from first 0, 1, and how many? 1, 2, 3, 4 will be gone. So I don't know. I've not looked at your chat output. So H, after that 2 nines and rest of the string. Confirm. So 2 nines or 3 nines. What did I mess up? Wait a second. What did I say? 1, 2, 4. So yeah. So remaining ones, of course. So here, no, but 1, 2, 4. Yeah. Sorry. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3. These one will be there. My mistake. I counted it wrongly. End -1 it goes to. So it has deleted which characters from the start to end -1. So the correct output will be, I'll just take this. Don't make the mistake as I did this. So first character is gone. Second and third, that will be gone. 1 start to end -1. And that is what we saw it as output. So the idea, the basic concept is here, string versus string builder. The moment you are working in strings, you are having immutable character sequence. The moment you go to string builder, don't use string buffers ever in the code. Javadocs doesn't recommend that. They don't recommend. So use string builder and you will definitely see the output, which is, yeah, it is exclusive on your right. So which is going to be modifiable. So play with it. There are insert, there is a delete, there is a, just I showed you, there is a replace, so many things. There is a reverse also. Let's see whether you get it. There is a method reverse, reversing the character sequence. So last but one question, because we have spent too much time of today on strings, there are other things also to be done. Anyway, tell me. So this will be the original output or the reversed one? O for original, R for reversed. Answer is reversed. Somebody said original. Guys, this is this is mutable. So whatever changes you ask him to do will be, of course, applying, whether it is SB1, SB2, doesn't matter. So of course, you will see reversed contains. The changes are getting applied on the same string builder. Confirming takes really, as you can see, it is all reversed contains. Similarly, you play with replace all. There is a replace region and all. They will be applied on that. And now, last thing, because these are all peculiar things. If you don't know about it, you'll definitely choose a wrong option. So here is the thing. Sorry, my mistake. String builder. SB1, SB2 I have used. SB3 is equal to new string builder. Let's say something. Think and answer. I'm not yet asked a question, so wait. There was a glitch in my net connection. I realized it just a minute later. So anyway, I'm not saying too much. I'm asking you a question. Okay. So you are supposed to solve, look at last 4 and answer. The answer is going to be true, false, false, true. I mean, Boolean answer. So one is saying false and true. So here, guys, this is the easiest one. So tell me, the moment you say new, okay, sorry, take it proper. Is this a reference equality or content equality? R or C? Reference equality. So here, if somebody says true, then I'm shocked. I'm disappointed. Totally. I have spent so much from the first day, classes, object, memory, picture. SB3 is pointing to one string builder object. SB4 is pointing to other. So I don't see why anyone can say true here. So please, that is really basic error. Here there is an interesting one. The answer here also is going to be false. The moment I say this, okay, first of all, why don't you confirm what I'm saying is correct or not? See, this is what I'm trying to, and when I'm taking so many efforts to prepare you interview-wise and all, of course we go a little deeper and little advanced. So you have to get used to such things if you want to survive in Java world. Coming back to the point, I hope nobody has the question here because it is going by reference equality. But here, there are people must be like working what is happening. So I'll just take you to StringBuilder and search for equals. They give you in very clear-cut manner. So this is my answer. Build on it. So can anyone explain why you saw the false as this last one? Answer is right, Mohad. Mohad is right. Can you see, guys? Has StringBuilder class overridden the equals method from the object class, or has it simply inherited? Quickly, we are overspending time on this. No, overriding one or inherited one? Inherited. And tell me, what does object class equals method, how does it go by? Reference equality or content equality? Of course, reference equality. And that is why whether you say, see this, whether you say double equal to or whether you say equals, both are based upon, what is it? Reference equality. And this is also 100% based upon reference equality, since StringBuilder class has not overridden what is that? Equals method. So I keep saying similar things in different manners, but different examples and all. And this is, trust me on this, these are all the popular questions. You understood that? So again, string versus StringBuilder. String class, has it overridden the equals to replace the reference equality by content equality? Omkar, you will have to look at it. If you're not getting, I've said this 20 times. So please talk to me after you join me in the lab session. I've written it, everything. Everything is written here. So has string class, Omkar, so you'll have to wait till the lab session, please. Here. Has string class overridden the equals method? Omkar, you can also respond since you are not getting it. At least that much you should be able to answer. Of course, yes. And for which purpose? To replace the reference equality by content equality. So tell me, Omkar, has StringBuilder class overridden the equals method? Let him answer. It's a Boolean question, yes or no, Omkar? Yes. Then that means you're not following things, guys. Come on. Just now what I showed you, methods declared in object class and it has inherited the equals method. So tell me again, Omkar, has it inherited or has it overridden, modified? It has inherited. There is no overriding definition. And that is why it is going for the reference equality. Already I said I will explain in lab, but still I explain now. So think about it and solve. Best thing is solve. And then you can look back and look into the Java docs and understand. So this is more than sufficient time spent on string handling. I'm not going to take any example of StringBuffer because people discourage its usage. Wherever you want a mutable character sequence, use StringBuilder. So this was regarding the string handling. Now let us go to the next topic. That is your date time handling. That is date handling, time handling in Java. So if you realize, I have not discussed anything so far. So I'll start showing you the new API. And very good, Omkar. So then that new API will make you more capable. And then we can solve some, additional interesting examples. So now we are talking about date time handling. So if you see, when I share today's help, there is a README regarding strings, date, and there's something called as varags. Varags is for variable arguments. So I've given here what all important methods of the string class. So you can definitely go through this. And here you will see somewhere, okay, here I've talked about formatting characters. Right on the first day, somebody was asking me, how about date and all? So all these things are written here. But now, currently ignore this and come to this point where I'm saying date time handling. So first I will explain and then we will look at the Java docs and then we'll write the example. So there are lot of classes in Java which help you for date time handling. But if you check your contents, they have talked about date. But this is an old API. So today I will start you with date. Sometime we have time till 14th of October for this first part in core Java. So till then, if I manage, fine. Otherwise, when we meet again, I will show you the modern API such as LocalDate, LocalTime, LocalDateTime. So focus on one thing. So there is a class java.util.date which represents the system date until what precision? Till the millisecond precision. So I'm going to show you that all of that in a minute. So when you say date, there are dates. It's a class. It has constructors. Only two constructors are usable. Usable means others are all deprecated. So why don't you look at it parallelly? Open Java docs. And what is it you are going to search here? Search for date. Are you understanding? I mean, not understanding. Are you doing it with me? Have you opened the Java docs? If you're not opened it, you will not survive. That's not a threat. It's a reality. So here, look for it. And when you say date, you will see two date classes, java.sql.date, java.util.date. So java.sql.date will deal it in JDBC, Java Database Connectivity. So click on java.util.date. This is what you're going to learn today. So you will see one class, you can see the inheritance relationship is a relationship object extended by date, obviously. Again, do you remember you have seen that comparable somewhere? Which is that other class we looked at, which has also implemented comparable interface? String is a very right answer. And do you remember what was it in that angle bracket which are called as generic syntax? That time it was string because we were talking about comparing two strings. Here, comparable of type date, that is, this can compare two strings or two dates. Of course, obviously, answer is two dates, and that will be dependent upon that millisecond time elapsed means elapsed is what? Spent after 1st January 1970. You will understand all of that. Now read the description. Not the whole, just first one. The class date represents a specific instance in time. That's your system time. With which precision? Millisecond precision. Okay. Now there's a lot of things. So additional functionality. I'll tell you exactly what to read. So this first line is sufficient. Now click on constructor. And you will see this is the first one, which is a default constructor. And read this. It will create a date class instance which responds to current date with the millisecond, with the precision of a millisecond. But can you see so many other constructors it had and they are all deprecated? Do you know the meaning of the word deprecated? Anyone? What is the meaning of deprecation? Deprecation is no. That is the restriction. The word meaning is deprecated is no longer usable. That is, it is on the verge of getting obsolete. So deprecated APIs means if you start using these constructors, your what is it called? Your Java compiler just gives you a warning. You are using deprecated APIs, but in the next version of Java, that complete API could be gone. Outdated is the best word around. Okay, so tell me, should you ever use deprecated APIs or never? Answer the simple question. Answer is never. Okay, so that is why we are not even going to waste your minute on deprecated APIs. So which is that other constructor which is not deprecated? The date with long. So read this carefully. And we are going to use both the constructors. You got me? Okay. So what it does is it creates a date class instance and initializes to represent the specified number of milliseconds. So what is it you have to pass here? Number of milliseconds elapsed. Elapsed means passed after the epoch. What is the meaning of epoch? Epoch is nothing but 1st of January 1970, 000 GMT. Do you know GMT? Does everyone know GMT? Greenwich Mean Time, the standard timeline. Ours is the time zone IST. So how much ahead it is than GMT? What is the offset between a GMT and a IST? It's 5.5 hours, of course. So the point is, this is going to create another date instance with specified number of milliseconds after the 1st January 1970. But the whatever is the offset, whatever is the time zone you are in, accordingly it will show you. In 2 minutes, things will be clearer. Now the look at, so these are the only two constructors. Now search for toString. Click on, search for toString and tell me. Now guys, your eyes should be focused. You have spent 1 full week with me in Java. And of course, before that, something in COP and all that. So I have a simple question to ask. Has date class overridden the toString or not overridden? Simple questions I'm asking because I can still sense the confusion with some of you. Of course, yes. So the moment you say this, when I say dates toString, do you expect to see the hash code version or do you expect something like this? Answer is this. And then what is it? DOW is day of the week. Month, day of the month, hours, minutes, seconds, time zone, and the year. So date class has already overridden the toString to replace hash code address printing version, returning version, that fully qualified class name @hash code by this one. Understood me completely? So now let's see how much you have understood. Just simple code. I don't believe in just talking about the concept and all. We immediately supplement it with the code sample. I don't know whether you understand it thoroughly, but that is how the things are. So let's say test date or dates, something. The package name I'm keeping separate so you don't get confused. You have to solve first strings and then come to dates. Test one. All I'm going to ask you is what will be the output. So when I say date and say control space, your ID asks me, do you want a SQL date or do you want a util date? Which one you want? S for SQL, U for util. SQL will start with databases in the second half whenever we meet. So here date D1 is equal to new date. And I'm saying date D2 is equal to new date 0. Okay. And I'm saying SOP D1 SOP D2. Just to explain you toString and the constructors. Anyone wants to tell me, when you say system.out.println and any reference, it calls d1.toString. So anyone expects what do you expect to see from here? Line number, what was that? Line number 10. What do you expect to see from line number 10? Default. What is default? No. Of course it is date of week and all. Which date you want to you expect to see? Guys, the first one, new date, default constructor, current date. So whatever today is what? 11th of October 2021 and 12:31, something like this. And with the IST. Don't make such a mistake. This is your default constructor, printing the current date and time. And when you say 0, this is your overloaded constructor, which is what it means. 0 milliseconds elapsed. Elapsed means passed after epoch date. And what is that epoch date? Tell me. 1st of January 1970. So you will see 1st of January 1970 with our time zone. That easy to confirm. So tell me, what is D1 having holding? Current date, current system date, or your epoch date? Current date. Can you see that? Monday, today is Monday, October 11, day of week and all that. Hours, minutes, seconds. This is the time zone and this is the year. Got it? Current date, guys, nothing difficult in that. And this is what? 1st of January 1970. But I asked you already, how much ahead we are from GMT? 5.5 hours. So this is reflecting our current time zone and printing it. So tell me, 3 things. The default constructor, overloaded constructor, and toString. All clear? I'm telling you, take this approach, read the Java docs, use it in the code. You will be so clear. Next one. Look for, there is a method called as before. They are so self-explanatory. I hope they are, I mean for you. So, okay, you can look at both the methods. One is after, one is before. So you read it. I'm not going to explain. I'm just going to ask you what will be the output. So these are all instance methods. You can see they're not static. Test if this means invoker date is after the specified date. That is later than that date. Okay. And if you give null, of course, null pointer. Otherwise, it will return true or false. And then you have opposite one. One is after, one is before. So keep the Java docs open so that you don't have to remember anything. I'm just going to ask you D1 dot before D2. Answer true or false. This is very much required in comparing who is senior and all that. So tell me, what is D1 holding? Answer is in front of you. Today's date. Is it later than 1970? Is it okay? Is it before? Is it before your epoch date? Is D1, that is current date 2021, is it before 1970? Yes or no? Of course not. So what will it return? True or false? Is D1 in time before D2? Guys, D1 is today. D2 is holding epoch date. So of course it is not before this. So see the output. Are you understanding me? So it is comparing the dates on the timeline. Are you getting this? So one is from 2021. One is from this Monday and Thursday. Come on, Himanshu. Array, this 1st January, this thing, it's a day. 1st January 1970 must have appeared on a Thursday. That is why. It's and today is Monday, so that is why. Check, open your calendar and check what is the 1st January 1970. Are you understanding it? Guys, I mean, okay, I'm not going to explain this. This is beyond my explanation. You check it out. You be little settled in the lab and you understand this is the today's date, which is today is a Monday. 1st January 1970 was a Thursday. So Monday and Thursday. Are you understanding? So this is the answer to that. Next one. I'm not going to explain such things. It is which day. You find it out. You figure it out from your calendar and you will find out date time. You have a date time calendar here. So figure it out. Nothing complex about it. Obviously, when I say, just look at this. Now at least don't give me all this. Simple questions. Is it the date before or is the date after? So I don't really understand the confusion. D1 dot after D2. Now at least don't give me wrong answers. Is D1, what is D1 holding? Today's date. What is D2 holding? Earlier date. So is D1 after D2? Of course, yes. So simple questions and simple answers here. Okay. Now, you remember I showed you the date class has implemented comparable. But when I say comparable, what is comparable? Interface or a class? It is an interface. Which is the method you saw in the comparable interface? You remember the method you saw? No. Which is the method? Is the Yogesh, is date a method? The name of the method was compare to. So now date class has also implemented compare to. Take a look at it. So compares the two dates for ordering and as per the comparable, and read this. Read this because I'm going to ask you a question and I'm not expecting any wrong answer because it is such an easy topic. It's not at all complex. You do your own reading. I'm not explaining. I don't need to explain. I hope you read the description. I'm asking you here. All I'm going to ask you is what will be the output. So the choices are positive number or 0 or less than this negative number. Tell me, what is it going to be? Please don't make mistakes. Still people are saying positive, negative. Guys, it is such an easy question. You are comparing the two dates as per the time it is. So is D1 before D2? No. So D1 is holding larger number of milliseconds passed from the epoch. D1 is after D2. So the correct answer is it is going to give you a +1. Here it returns +1, -1 or 0. In strings, it actually computes the difference between Unicode. Here it just returns +1, -1, 0. So greater than 0 means +1 will be returned. And trust me on this, all these knowledge is required when I take you to actual sorting in Java. So heart of sorting in Java is one interface is comparable and the other one is something called as comparator. But forget even that. Look at this. And I really don't understand when people give me wrong answer. You're just comparing two dates. And I always tell you to little bit read carefully. It tells you so much. See this. Where is that? No, before, after. I mean, if you are not reading the Java docs, reading the highlighted one, things become difficult. It tells you so clearly the value 0 if the argument is equal to date. A value less than 0 if this date, this means invoker is before the date argument, otherwise positive. So after reading this, you are still giving me wrong answers, some of you. So please correct yourself. Get used to reading Java docs and answering. So these are, I think, the important methods. Hash code and all we are not talking about currently. I'm just checking whether you will require any of it immediately. From and all you won't require, get minutes. All the deprecated ones I'm not showing you. So have a minute's recap and then I'll take you to something interesting. So tell me, when you use this constructor, it is going to create a date class instance wrapping the current date or some other date. It's a revision, so answer fast. It is going to be the current date. You got that? When you supply, suppose I give, okay, so I am just changing it. So tell me, when I give here the value 10,000, what does it mean? What does it mean? The next one. No, don't say just milliseconds. Milliseconds, yes, but what? The 10,000 milliseconds elapsed after epoch. And what is that epoch date? 1st of Jan 1970 with the GMT as the default time zone, and it will change as per this. So when I said SOP D1, what will it call internally? D1.toString. And what will you see? Hash code or the date time details? Answer is date and time, both. It will include date, it will include time, it will include time zone, etc. Okay. This will be the same. Same means similar output. So now tell me, before, how does it before and after does? It computes the number of milliseconds after the epoch. So tell me, D1 is today. So is it before 1970 or after 1970? Simple question. Today's date is before 1970 or after? After. That is how this works. After is exactly opposite. And when you say compare to, what will this compare to method return? If D1 is before D2, if D1 is before D2, what will it return? Negative, -1, yes. Same, both the dates are same. What will it return? 0. And if D1 is after D2, what will it return? A positive number. So this is what you have seen so far. So you can see here, Here it is not printing that millisecond precision and all. So you can see still, oh yeah, sorry, 10 seconds, 10,000 I said. 10,000 milliseconds is how many seconds? 10 seconds. So 1st January 1970, the same time zone, whatever offset, plus 10 seconds. And these answers already there. Understood the date class constructors and API so far? Simple things I have shown you. So now there is a requirement to solve. In the remaining time, I'll give you a 10 minutes break. There is a break approaching, but I want you to think in the break. So here, what is it we are going to solve? We are going to, as always, when we go on the next day, we revise, we apply all the earlier knowledge plus apply next thing. So here, what is the objective? We are going to use exception handling. I've just given you one demo. I was actually thinking of giving assignment, but I then thought against it. I thought let us catch up at least. So it will have exception handling, string handling, and date handling in some employee-based scenario. Okay, so forget the rest of the things. And here, of course, you'll have ID, name, email ID, department ID, etc. In addition to that, I also want to store the join date of the employee, as in when the employee joined. Understood my statement? So what will be the data member? What will be the type of the data member for join date? Anyone? How can you say string builder? When I say join date, is join date a string? Of course, a date. When you give me such a out of context question, I get confused, like what is reaching you or not. Guys, join date, I said, of course, a date. But now, see, I'm going to attach a scanner. We're going to attach the scanner after we come back and all that. And I'm going to prompt user, what is the employee ID? What is her first name, last name, email ID, etc. And including the join date. So tell me, in the break time, you do this activity. Open the scanner class. Everyone knows scanner. And is there any method which will parse the string token, whatever string token you supply, and parse it into date? Is there any method in the scanner class which will take the string and convert? Parsing is conversion, parse it into date. You will see the answer is no. And that is where I will start showing you the additional API. There is a class called as simple date format, which will do the parsing conversion. Parsing means what? Conversion from string to date. As well as there is a format method, which will do the conversion from date to string in a formatted manner. So that is what we are going to do after 10 minutes break. So let's have a short break. Those of you who are logged in with the Java docs, look in the scanner class and tell me, is there any method for parsing? And then then I'll give you in steps. It is all mentioned in today's README, step by step. For parsing also I'll explain, and for formatting, but after 10 minutes, after your 10 minutes break. Not found is the right answer. Anyway, we'll just regroup in 10 minutes. Break for 10. So 12:45, 12:55 will resume. Good afternoon and welcome back. So what we were discussing was I had given you the problem statement. So the problem statement is we are going to develop in the remaining time application which has something like exception handling, strings and all. And then once you understand, I don't think I'll be able to complete. I am not sure depending on the time, how fast, how slow it goes. So whatever, it's very similar assignment I'm going to give you. I did not give you any new assignment on Saturday. So today, of course, you will have all the things, all the learn concept plus exception handling, little bit of strings and all. So right now, don't worry about assignment. You just tell me if you want to accept the join date of an employee or birth date of a user, or if it is a banking last transaction date. User means scanner. You are going to use the scanner UI. Later, when I take you to advanced Java, you'll have HTML forms and all that. But finally, the input will be from the string. So tell me, did you find any method in the scanner which can parse from string to date? Answer is there is no such method. There is sc.next, next line, next int, next boolean, next long, etc. But there is no parsing method for conversion from string to date. So I'm just showing you how to use or which is this API for the conversion. So the README, which I'm going to share today in the help file is, the name of the README is README strings, date, variable arguments, 2-3 topics together I have given you. So now start reading and accordingly, not this one, CDAC, it is not the second argument, just wait for it and you will understand. So here, there is a parse method. Sorry, this is for the conversion. For the conversion from what to what? String to date. And there is a reverse conversion called as formatting. So what is that formatting conversion? From date to string. Okay. So I've given you in steps, so it will become very easy to find out. So what is our goal? Our goal is to convert, to accept the string form of a date from user, convert it into date and store it as a date class instance. And then, then if you want to see the formatted strings, we can do that. So note the steps, understand the steps. So there is a parser class, there is a formatter class called as simple date format. So which is the new package I'm showing you? Java.text. And the name of the class is simple date format. Which is the super class of this simple date format? Name is date format. But date format class is an abstract class and simple date format is a concrete class. So open. Not even a single line you should do without Java docs. So which is the class you're going to search for? Type in the search filter box, search box, simple date format. Even if you just write simple date, you'll find. So click on that first match, simple date format, and see the hierarchy. What is the name of the superclass? Okay, object extended by format, extended by date format, and then the simple date format. Read the description. So here, read this. Normalization you would understand, but read this much. Read it quickly. It is the concrete class. Concrete means what? I hope you remember such important things. What is the meaning of concrete? Non-abstract. Okay, so it is a non-abstract class. Can concrete classes be instantiated? Yes. And for which two purposes we are going to use it? For formatting as well as parsing dates in a local sensitive manner. But in entire core Java, I'm not going to show you locales and all that we cover in advanced Java. So this is our default default environment in which we are working. Okay, so forget the word local currently. And please understand, when they say formatting, what do they mean? Date to text, date to string conversion. And what is the meaning of parsing? Text to date conversion. Okay, so this is the class we are going to use. And since it was a, what is it called? Since it is a concrete class, of course, there will be constructors. So now, what are the date time patterns? So they have given you a nice table for all date time related patterns. For example, G is for era. You know, 2 eras. Which are the 2 eras we talk about? Which two eras we talk about? Yes, before Christ and after. So it is BC or AD. So that is it. Then letter Y. Of course, we don't write in eras, but in case you require, yes, you can. So uppercase Y, lowercase y, both are the years. So here you can supply anything. Both of them work in the similar manner. Remember, uppercase M is for month and lowercase m is for minute. So this is a typical error a beginner does. So I will show you the pattern in a minute. So M is month and then there is a D for day in month. So, and of course, if you want to include the time also, AM, PM marker and all that, all these, H for hour, lowercase m for minute and S for second, uppercase S for millisecond. Again, I'm saying I'm not expecting you to remember the table, at least date and time related characters. If you remember, that is good enough. So now if you click on the constructor, don't look at the default constructor. It's not, it uses the default this. Can you see there is an overloaded constructor which has the pattern? So this pattern should consist of all these format specifiers. So I have written it I have given you in steps to make your understanding easier. So what is the first step you are going to do is you are going to create the object of instance of simple date format. And which is the constructor you have? You have simple date format which can wrap the pattern. So can you use any letters for defining the pattern or are there predefined characters? User defined or predefined? Answer is predefined. And I have given you a small set of that table. Y for year, M for month, uppercase. So if you give 2 M's, it means month in a digit starting from 1 to 12, Jan to December. If you supply 3 M's as the format specifier, it means you are expecting the month name in abbreviation. Abbreviation means what? Short form. So Jan, Feb, MAR, APR, etc. And if you want to accept the complete month name, January, February, March, April, then any, what do you say, greater than 3 M's, it means complete month name. So generally we'll stick to month and digit, but you can of course change and test. And lowercase d means the day in the month. So this is if you want to accept a date. But if you want to accept the entire timestamp, timestamp means both date and time, which are the time related letters, H for hour, M for minute, and S for second. So if you want to accept only the join date, nobody expects a join time and all. So they give you join date and naturally it is at 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock whenever the company starts. So tell me, if you just want to accept the join date, which pattern will you use? The first one or the second one? Easy questions, at least everyone should answer. Second one. And what can be this separator? Anything. Because you are designing a pattern, so you can supply any separator, but these predefined characters are the same. So what is it you expect to see? Expect to give the day of month, month in digit, and a 4-digit year. And if you say, for example, birth time or transaction date and timestamp, then you can go for this. Again, you can decide the separators and the space and whatever common. All this is yours. Hours, minutes, and seconds. So this is the meaning of pattern. So what is the first step? If you want to do the parsing, create instance of the simple date format. Is the first step clear to all? Is the constructor of simple date format clear? Okay. Now let's talk about parsing and then talk about formatting. That's it. And then we'll use it. It is that easy. So parsing means which to which conversion? String to date conversion. And because there is no parsing API in the scanner class, where in goes the string and out comes the date, you have to, that is why we are using. So now, which is the super class of simple date format? Date format. So I'm going to open the class date format and you will see there is a method here. What goes in? What is the input given to the parse function? String. What is it returning? java.util.date. So what is it? It's a converter. It's a parser. String to date converter. So I don't want to show it without Java docs, of course. So here, go to top, which is the superclass of simple date format, date format. Those who were not using JavaDocs earlier, some of you, I don't remember the names, but Saturday I was sitting with some of you and showed, because people had not even downloaded the JavaDocs. And after entering JavaDocs, you will see your understanding a huge level difference. So please stick to that. Now here search for a parse method, parse and this thing. They have given you the examples and all of that. You can look at it. So now here is the parse method, and it says parses the text from the beginning to produce a date. So take a look at it. What is the input you can supply and what is the output it is returning? Tell me, what goes in and what comes out? String goes in and date comes out. Everyone understood that? Is it clear? Input is a string and output is a date. But now we have spent so much time, a whole day we have spent in exception handling. So here, the moment you say throws, what are the two things which you should know? Will this method always raise a parse exception or sometimes? Answer is only at times, sometimes. And what is the other meaning? Is this parse method handling it or not? Or is it doing the delegation? Answer is it is doing the delegation. Now click on parse exception and tell me, is it a checked exception or is it an unchecked exception? It is a checked exception. Everyone got me? So what is the rule of the compiler? Compiler forces the handling of the checked exception. So when I explain this, you will revisit, you will re-understand, revise the exception handling concepts also. So this was one story in the sense the parse method. Now look for format method. Parse is string to date. Now search for Control F, format. I gave a wrong spelling, looks like. So the name of the method you search for is format, please. They've given a lot of examples, so you can actually check it. And here you will see there are overloaded formats. Look for the specific one. The specific one is in goes the date. You can click on that. So tell me, what is happening? Sorry. Where is that? Sometimes, it behaves crazy. Okay, so here I'm clicking on this format. Now tell me, format is what to what conversion? String to date or date to string? Date to string conversion. And when you say it's the formatted string, whatever is the pattern you have supplied, accordingly it will format. So look at three things. What three things? Which three things? How to create that simple date format using that pattern based constructor, how to parse, how to format. And that is what I'm writing it in a minute. I'm not writing that full example. That we'll do in 2-3 minutes next. But initially, I just want to make you understand the basics. So here I'm saying test 2. And here I'm attaching the scanner. Guys, now I have shown you everything in exception handling with a lot of time. So I expect you to understand all of that. So what is it you are looking at? Try or try with resources? Of course, it is try with resources. Which is the resource you are trying to open? A scanner holding your standard input. So do I have to add any lines such as sc.close or a finally block and all? Of course not. Because JVM will automatically call. What will JVM automatically call? Close the resource. Are we all good? Are we all clear? Yes or no? Okay. So here, I'm accepting the, okay, I'll just say this. Enter join date of the first employee. So you will do something. Then I'll ask, this is going to be the part of a bigger application. I'm just showing you in parts, in small part, the second employee. And then I just want to say, or I just want to, I'm not creating an employee class and all right now, right? Later we'll do that in others. And just display the first one is senior or second one. display which of them is a senior one, is the senior employee. So do you understand the meaning of that senior employee? Who is going to be the senior employee? Tell me. The one who had joined before or the one who had joined after? Because sometimes you are confused in that, and then I don't understand your confusion when you give me wrong answer. Okay, so seniority is clear to everyone. The one who had joined before is more senior than the later one. Everyone understands it? So which is the method you are going to use? Of course, date classes before method. If D1 is before D2, or if employee ones, I said before, hear my statement, Rohit. I said before method can be used directly. You don't even need compare to. So if E1's join date, employee one's join date is before employee 2, who will you say, who is senior, employee 1 or employee 2? Employee 1. And if employee 1 had joined after employee 2, of course it is the other way, employee 2. Is it clear? So this is the problem statement. So tell me, do we have any method in the scanner class which will directly take the join date from string and parse it into date? No. So tell me now, for solving this, what is the step 1? Tell me, I've talked already on the steps. What is the class? Which is the class which will do this parsing and formatting? Tell me the name of the class. If you have kept the Java docs open, you should not have any single minute's hesitation. Of course, it is simple date format. I'm writing in the short form. SDF is for simple date format, equal to new. Okay, I'll now write it this way. I'll say simply create instance of which class? Simple date format. And should it have the date-based characters or time-based or both? Only date-based pattern. Because where I'm talking about the time, I'll talk about another scenario, bank account and when the transaction took place. So on one same day, multiple transactions can take place. Currently, date-based pattern. So immediate, see the comment and see the code. So simply say simple date and I said control space. Can you see this? IDE has imported your simple date format, a variable name, new simple date format, and let me use some pattern. Okay, so tell me, what is the meaning of it? In which format you are accepting the date? So, day of month starting from 1 to 12, month and digit, 2 M's only, and a 4-digit year. Are we clear? Totally, day, month, and year. And what is the separator is this? So guys, you should always write the user-friendly code. How will client know otherwise? So you give him this thing, that this is the pattern we are accepting. Because if user doesn't give that pattern, you will soon see what will happen. Okay, so this is done. Now, see what I'm doing. I'm saying date join. Okay, I'll say control space. Import join date 1 equal to, anyone wants to tell me the right hand side? Okay, so sorry. I'll just rearrange the code. Give me a minute, okay? So that the comment and all will be together. So first I created this. And here I asked the user. Okay, so anyone wants to type the RHS now? It's not today's date, Darshana. Did I tell you that this is your join date? I did not say it is today's date. It can be anything. It can be people give the date in future or this. So any date user can enter. So don't hard code it. Right hand side. Give me the right hand side. Format telling. Yes, format telling, you are right, Darshana. Absolutely. Right hand side of this is new simple date format. Yes. Wrong answer. Try again. What should be the RHS? New date. Wrong. Yogesh, you are using a deprecated constructor. You are not getting it, guys. Just now I explained all the steps. I asked you to keep the Java docs open. Which is the method you want to use? Simple date formats, inherited API, parse. But how do you read the string from scanner, sc.next, and pass it through parse? By now, by 9th day in Java, you should be able to do this much. So here, What is the reference variable name? SDF. Which is the method which is going to convert from string to date? Parse. And how do you read a string from the scanner? sc.next. And after you add the semicolon, you will see the compiler error, and we will discuss why and all. So see this. What will this return? Highlighted code, string or a date? String. And what will this parse method do? Parse method will take that string and try to convert it into date. So anyone wants to tell me quickly, don't disappoint me, why there is a compiler error? You can see there is a compiler error. You can see compiler error. Why there is a compiler error? Compiler forces the handling of the checked exception. I did not ask you how to solve it, Avinash. I asked you what is it. No, exception only is not this. This is just take the cursor here and it will tell you unhandled exception of the type parse exception. I explain first everything and then only I ask you question. So of course I expect everyone to answer that. So take this, take a look at this. Date format and parse method. So when you say the parse method, when you click on this, it is including in the throws class parse exception. I showed you all this. It is a checked exception. So must be handled. So tell me, which are the two ways? This is a revision of exception handling. So tell me, which are the two ways to satisfy the compiler? One is throws and one is actual handling, which are with a catch block. So let me do it with the throws first. Okay, so here I can say throws. Either I can say parse exception, or just when I say control space, take it from java.text. The name of the package is java.text. Otherwise, you'll get compiler errors. So we have satisfied the compiler. Okay, let me just go ahead with that. Now the similar thing here. So I'll just take it. And here I'll say join date 2 and reading the next one. So tell me, this much of code, including throws, clear to everyone? I'm writing very simple code samples today, not written any big code sample at all. Of course, I'm going to start writing bigger one. So here, and now, can you tell me which one is senior? Of course, yes. So what is the method you have to use? You can't say which one is senior. Are you serious? Of course, you can say which one is senior. Use the API. So here, simple. You can use ternary also, but I don't know how many of you are really comfortable with ternary. If start with that. If join date 1 dot before join date 2, what should I say? What should be the SOP? The first employee is senior or the second one is senior? Are you understanding, Rohit? You said compare to. With compare to also you can work. But when there is an easy one, why go for harder? So in this case, who is senior? Employee 1 or employee 2? The first one, employee 1 is senior. So the senior employees. Later we'll have the names and all. And I'll say he is the senior most or she is the senior most types. Employee 1 is senior. Else means what? Join date 1 is after join date 2. So naturally, this I could have achieved in one line with a ternary. That's why I said before and after and all that, right? So here you can say employee 2 is senior. Understood the short code sample? Understood or not clear? Clear or not clear? Everything I try to explain with the code sample. And then here, just to check, okay? So if I say SOP, join date 1, can you tell me here which classes, which method JVM will call? I said, when you say SOP join date 1, which classes, which method JVM will call? You just gave me, Gaurav, the method name. Can you also tell me the name of the class? Yes, that's a full answer. Guys, now we know each other. I mean, 8 days of Java. Forget me, you know Java now. So date classes toString, of course. So it will call dates toString. And you will see that along with the day, month, and year, it will also include the time information. But since we have not given the timing information, hours, minutes, seconds, 0, and the time zone and all. So this is a This is a complete description containing time and date. But what if I want to see only the date? I want to see the formatted version. So this is like a unformatted version. Is there any way where I can print a formatted string? I'm giving you so many clues. Which is, do you remember any method I discussed, which will take a date and format it as per the pattern? The name of the method itself is format. So I'll write it clearly. So this is your, I'll give you the header, toString. So, you can compare and you can understand what to use. toString of a date. This is what it is printing. And here I'm saying formatted date. Okay, formatted date string. And what is the method? Like somebody told me, sdf.format. And what is that method? What is that? Since I'm format this, I'll just say join date 1. So you'll understand all of it in one 10-liner code. Okay, so here, go through the steps. How many instances of simple date format are required if I have got 100 employees in the organization? Is it one single instance or do you require 100 instances? One. Keep these statements with you because I'm going to ask you the next question. So when I say, because when I apply to the bigger one, so when you require only one copy shared across multiple objects, what do you mark it as? Static or non-static? Static. So right now I don't have to because I've written it as a method local. Wait for more time and you'll see how the whole code gets developed. You are going to do the some code development parallelly with me today. In the lab session, I'm going to continue with this. So, but all hands on, zero concepts. Anyway, so you answered correctly. So here simple date format. Is it holding date, time, both or neither? Pattern characters are based on what? Date or time? Answer is only date. Anytime you want to add time, simply add a colon, semicolon, something, some separator and accept HHMMSS. I mean hours, minutes, seconds. Okay, so this is a date example. This is important. The moment I used parse, since just take the cursor there and you'll understand. Parse includes in the throws class a checked exception and compiler forces the handling. So tell me, if there is a parse exception due to invalid pattern, will your code get aborted at this line or will it continue? A or C? Abort or continue? Abort is a very right answer because you are delegating the exception handling to whom? To the caller. Who is the caller of the main method? JVM. And what is the JVM's default handler will do? It will abort the code. You're going to see each and everything. It's a revision of what you understood. I hope understood earlier. It's just a confirmation. So this is one. If I give the correct one, then of course the control will go next. Then I'll ask the user enter the second employee's details, date, and this is your before method, which returns true or false as per the milliseconds comparison. And here I'm showing you how does that join dates, rather dates, toString looks like, and how does that formatted date looks like. So this was your explanation, revision of the code. Observe. So initially, I'll not make any mistakes. So suppose I say, I was given the, this thing, what is it called? The join date in 2022. So here it is, 1st of February 2022 is your suppose join date. But some example. So here, as you can see, you can give 1 digit also or 2 digit, 0 you don't have to specify. So tell me, has it aborted or has it continued? Simple question. Continued. You got that? Next, let's just do it in a simple manner. Suppose other ones he got it in a this. Today is what? 11/5. So 2021. So after I hit enter, tell me what will be the output. Who is going to be the senior one? The first one or the second one? Let me see what you are getting because I get sometimes. Again, I'm getting different answer. Okay, second one because he's going to join first and then the guy in the 2022 will join. Are you getting this? Employee 2, second employee senior, and see this. So this is what your date classes toString returns. But see guys, so this now don't ask me why it is Tuesday and all. Check 1st of February 2022. It must be a Tuesday. So anyway, but the point is, are we giving any time information? No. So this is unnecessary. Are we supplying any time zone? Answer is no. So why do this? Instead, better option is print the formatted date string. And how did we achieve it? Can you see this? It is coming as per the pattern which we supplied. And which was the pattern we supplied? DD, MM, YY. That is day, month, and year. And this is your correct output. So tell me, is the code and the output both clear? Clear? Okay. So now I'll make the, I'll not say what I'll make because you know, I don't want to give you the clues. I want you to think. I mean, you should think. So here, let me do something. Okay. After I press enter, what do you expect to see? In short, continuation of the code or the aborting of the code? Answer is abort. Why? Because what is the separator in the pattern I have given? Dash. And what is it I'm giving? Is your what? Is the slashes. Of course, you get a parse exception. And now connect it to throws. Throws does not handle the exception. It just tells the compiler, I'm not handling it, but my caller will. And the caller being the JVM supplies the default handler and aborts the code. And see the error message. See this. Parse exception, just now I explained. What is the error message? Unparsable date. And this is the date which you gave, which was unparsable. Is everyone clear? Understood or not understood? Clear? So this is what will happen if you don't handle it. But suppose in my case, I wanted to continue. So I'll just make this and here. So I want to say here, just a guess. Actually will apply to the scenario. So I want to see main continues. Okay, some code continues or this. Just look at it. Okay, just by saying that it is not going to work. So suppose I give. Okay, so of course you get unparsable date. You don't see the main continues. So if I want the code to continue, what is the solution, guys? Custom exception, no Pushkarash. Just add the try catch block, handle the exception. So here in this, you have to take a call. In most of the cases, we don't delegate the exception from main. Main is that starting point. So that is what you wrap all the, what is it, try catch block. So try with resources I had already written. Can I end it with a catch all block? You know the answers of all this if you have revised. Of course I can. So I can say either catch parse exception or I can treat it as a catch-all block. And for debugging, or okay, forget that. I'll write something and you tell me. If I say SOPE, which method of the exception will get called? I mean, exception means parse exception will get called toString. And what will it display? It will display the name of the exception. If you have not revised exception handling, this will not make sense. I'm hoping genuinely that you have gone through it. Name of exception and what else it will print? Error message. Confirm. And in this case, now will the code continue or will it abort? Of course, it will continue. But that try block will be still aborted. All this is nothing but revision of your exception handling. So suppose, I mean, it's an older date, but anyway, so far. Are you understanding what is happening? So here, is the code continuing? Yes, of course. But has the try block got aborted? Yes. And what is the name of the exception? Parse exception. And this is your unparsable date. Are we completely clear? Are the observations? See, more you try, more you write, more you run, your understanding goes clearer. Now answer, what will happen? After I press enter, what do you expect to see? So here, day, month, and year. So tell me, Can you have 40 days in a month? Can you have 20 months in the year, etc.? Answer is no. So a beginner tells me that it will abort, but see the weirdness. Code has continued. Keep observing, guys. Now here, suppose I say, now I'll give this thing. So let's say something 2021. I'm not checking whether it is a future date or not. Anyway, and now observe and conclude. So see this. I'm printing the formatted date of this. And can you observe and conclude? So what has happened, guys? If you give the beyond 30 or the month beyond 12, is it giving you a runtime error or is it just rolling off? Is it just adjusting the date? It is adjusting the date. So can you see after 30, it went to the next month. After 12, it went to the next year. So, and it has self-adjusted the date to something like 9th of, September 2021. So, isn't this confusing? Isn't this confusing to the user? User must have mistyped it. User wanted to say 2 and user prompted 20. So here user expect to see that when I say confusion, people immediately respond yes, because people are confused. Okay, so that was a joke. So here, because I don't know whether you understand my jokes also. So coming back to the point, understanding this and understanding the limitations of Date API, modern Java API, Java 8 onwards have taken care of it. As in, they have introduced local date, local date time, instance, period, and all these weirdness will disappear. But today, if I bombard you with local date and all, you will feel lost, if not already. So this is for understanding. So if you give the wrong delimiter, then parse exception. But if you give the wrong values, such as of date and month, it will still be silent. It will adjust the date and it will roll over. Understood all the statements? Understood the observation? Clear? So later time means, I don't know, in the next 3 days or whenever we meet again, we'll continue with the modern API, not now. So now, this is what I wanted to say regarding the date time handling. Now I can see the time, but still we got some 10 minutes at least. So here, let me explain what we are going to do. And this we are going to solve. For a change, we are going to continue. I joined late in the lab session, so you settled. So around 3:30, 3:40, 3:45. I'm not going to delay it beyond 3:45. So sometime, 3:45, 4-ish around, we are going to solve this longer, wrapper classes I could not cover. Anyway, this much. So this is what we are going to do. And that I'm telling you, you are going to code along with me. So there is no choice but coding along with me in the lab session. And you will revisit all your earlier concepts plus today's concepts. So now read this. I'll just write. I did not finish writing. So what I'll do initially is, let me just scrap. So some rules I'll show you now, some rules I'll show you later. Add validation rules for inputs. Looking at the time, at least I'll explain some of them. And here we are going to add a tester to hire employees. I'm not going to manager, worker, inheritance and all that. I'm just saying focus on exception handling, date time handling, string handling and all that. So this is the given. Add tester to hire employees, and later we will also add one of the validation rule is no duplicates. So your this thing, what is it called, equals method, everything will be revised, no duplicates. And here I'm giving you the clue, the primary key, which is nothing but the unique ID is, I can say employee ID also. So, or I can say a different, okay, let me say unique ID is employee ID. So all of this, I hope will give you a lot of practice and you're going to code along with me, because I can't simply finish it in next 10 minutes. So this is what we are going to do. So let me take this and start designing. So here, I'm writing this. This will be, of course, shared as a whiteboard and we'll continue with this. So is the requirement at least clear? I hope you have read it. Is the requirement clear? And once I say hire employee, then I can say fire employee, update employee details, all the CRUD. CRUD means create, retrieve, update, delete. So we can add whatever you want like later. So, but this is the basic thing which we will solve. So now let's arrange it in the classes. So let me see whether you have understood anything at all. Give me a sec. I'll just increase the page size. Okay, so I can continue to draw. Okay, please. So if this is the problem statement, because again, you must be having this, you are understanding concept but unable to implement. So I want everything from your side. So if this is the requirement given, it's a fresh assignment. So don't relate it to earlier one. What will be your starting point? How will you start handling this assignment? And the same discussion I'm going to continue around like 4 o'clock today. So till then you revise everything. Yes, give me the inputs. So, okay, so I got a answer already. So start with the core classes. Perfect. So here I'm drawing a class diagram. So here it is an employee class and everyone knows what are the attributes we are talking about. So I'll just pick up this. Okay. And everything, I'm not generating anything so that, I can check the things full of it. So these will be the attributes. Attributes means state. So whether people say properties, attributes, the non-static, what is that? Yeah, non-static data members, it is all the same. So tell me, what will be the data type of very easy answers, questions? Employee ID, int. First name, last name, email, and department ID, strings. Join date, date. Please don't say StringBuilder and all that. And salary, double. So here we will add a suitable constructor. Okay. And here I have given you the clue. When will we say that two employees are same? What is that unique ID? Which is that primary key? I've given in the problem statement just right here. It is employee ID. The moment you say this, which is the method you have to override to replace the reference equality by content equality, guys? Equals method. So of course you'll be adding a equals method to replace reference equality by content equality. If you want, you can change it later to email, doesn't matter really. So equals method of course will be given. And here anyone just stretch your thinking, imagination and tell me how many constructors will you supply? Think and answer. I hope, I'm reaching you. So I'll be happy. Yes, I'm very happy to see two. Which two constructors? One is obvious. One is called as all arguments constructor. So everything, employee ID, name, last name, email, etc. Everything I'll be taking. And other will be the overloaded constructor. Default. No. Default and parameter is wrong. Other one will be exactly only having the primary key. And which is the primary key or unique ID? EMP ID. So you will definitely give that. Guys, all of it will be required while writing that validation, while writing those validation rules. So this is the thinking which goes in. Whenever you read the, problem statement, this is what you are supposed to absorb and write it. And trust me on this, we are going to write it together. I'll explain the point. I'll give you 10 minutes and we'll sync up. Let me see. See, I'm trying all efforts, all possible ways to reach you maximum. So let's see whether I succeed at all. So this is what you will be adding in the employee class. But now, what will be the type of the argument of the constructor join date? It will be date. And we'll think about the parsing and all little later. So can everyone visualize writing? It's going to be a first of your big application, which has so many things: date time handling, strings, exception handling, validation rules, and all that. Okay, so this does it. Now tell me, you are absolutely right in saying that. What is the next thing you would like us to write? What is the next thing? I'm just going to design it and I'm going to leave it for the stop for the lunch break. So employee class is suppose done. What is next you want us to write? Tester directly. Sagar, tester is the last thing we always write. We write, okay, setters and getters, Abhijit, whenever required. I've moved forward from this class. What is it called? Employee class. So guys, listen to this. I read your inputs. So here, let me ask you a simple question, a clue. It is a clue. It is a hint. So user is going to enter all the inputs using scanner in the tester. So here, if user does not give you the unique employee ID, or it defies, what do you say, gives the wrong inputs, what is it you want to do? Do you want to abort the code or do you want to continue with the code? Abort the code, people are saying. Guys, then that whole exception handling day is wasted. If user gives you an invalid input, if your JVM is already going to abort the code, you want to continue with the code, right? So here is where we will apply exception handling in the tester. But right now, don't worry. We are not talking about tester here. So listen to the next clue. So in case invalid inputs are given. So this, suppose you are saying my employee name must be minimum 4 characters, maximum 15 characters long. Okay. And user enters the employee name as first name, last name, I'm saying as ABC. So tell me, is it a valid input or is it an invalid input? Invalid. So in case of this invalid input, do you think will JVM will understand it as an error or not? No. So what is the thing? What is it you have to do? I've taken this on Saturday. Yes, you will have to create a custom exception instance and you will have to throw it to the code. Are you understanding me? Throw new invalid input exception or employee related exception that way. So guys, what is the second step in design? The second step, somebody had given it to me, but I did not want to say, I wanted everyone to understand. So the next thing you will be designing is nothing but your designing means what? Writing custom exception class. I'm telling you, after solving this with me, I could have given to you as an assignment because all these individual parts are discussed, but I'm not really sure whether everyone will be able to do it very, very honestly. So you do it with me, gather confidence, and then apply it to your assignment. So the next one will be custom exception. Oh, sorry. You know, when I say custom exception, I'll give you the name example. So we will give our own name. So for example, employee related, or I generally call it as employee handling exception. What will be the super class of this? What will it extend from? Exception, because I want it as a checked exception. So this will be over in a minute. It is easiest step to create a custom exception class. So this makes it as a second step. Okay. So now tell me, what will you design next? What will you create next? Okay, I'll give you the clue. You have a couple of validation rules. So tell me, do you want to write those validation rules nicely in a separate class, or do you want to mix it up with the tester and tightly couple it with the tester? Separation is always the best, because today client is giving you, client means your business manager, your manager, whoever you are reporting to, that these are the validation rules. Tomorrow she will come to you and say, no, I want not 4 to 20, I want it like 5 to 15. So should you tightly hard code these in the tester or separate class? Of course, separate class. So this is where you will get a chance to apply your exception handling skills. Okay. So here, what we are going to create is this will be the, what is it called? Most interesting or the long one. So here you will have validation rules. We will design validation rules. So tell me, do you want to write all of this? Suppose I tell you something like 3, 4, 5. I'll start with 1. So do you want to write 4 different validation rules in a single method, or would you like to write it in separate methods? Answer can be anything. I'm just giving you the, best programming practices. People write it in separate methods. So you will have static methods, something should be in front of you. I'm wrapping up. Don't worry. I know you must be hungry. So static methods to add separate, or I'll say, wait a second. So we will write separate static methods for different validation rules. So it could be, check for duplicates. It could be validate email. It could be, validate name. It could be validate department. And those methods can be called by one method, validate all inputs, and we will nicely write it in a proper object-oriented manner. Okay, so this will take the maximum time, and then you'll get a chance to create your static initializer blocks, simple date formats, parsing, formatting, everything will do. And after you have spent enough time on these, dependencies, they are called as dependencies. Last and final thing we will write is a tester. So here you will have a tester. I have not yet taken you to collection framework. So it will be a nothing but employee array. You understand employee array data structure to store the employee information. And then when you say hire an employee, so tell me, do you want to blindly accept any employee details and put it in an array, or do you want to validate first? Of course, you want to do the validation first. So here you will invoke validation rules. So who is going to call whose method? The tester is going to call that validation rules method. I mean, validation rules classes method. So invoke validation rules. And in case of success, see, all the validations match. All the validations are this, add the data. I mean, when I say add the data, hire employee or add employee details. Okay. And if the validation rules fail, do you just want to give the error message, or would you like to throw the exception and all that? So here we will use exception handling, and otherwise, in case of a failure, in case of failed case, we will use the exception handling and everything. So this is the outline of what we are going to do in our today's lab. You got some idea, tiny bit idea, 1%, 2% at least. What is it we are going to attempt? And I'm telling you with confidence that the moment you write it with me in the sense with little bit of hand holding, because you have not written such a big application. Okay. And then you will have the confidence, and then I'm going to give you a new scenario where you will work it out on your own. What say? Acceptable? Agreeable? Okay. So that is all for the morning session. So let's stop here immediately. I'll share all of this, of course. And first, you don't worry about this. So you give yourself time till almost 3:40, 3:45, whatever, 4 o'clock. After 4 o'clock, I have to take over. And then we'll discuss design. Little bit design is already done, and we'll solve it. So that will be all, guys. See you in the lab session. And whatever queries I could not answer because maybe I did not look at it, or it was, very long one, write it down and ask me all of it in the lab, especially when you have code in front of you. So that will be all. See you around. You're most welcome.